believe that America can be beautiful. How can America be made beautiful? Now, family, listen. My brother Imam Wadakuddin and I have had disagreement, but his followers and mine have never given each other as much as a bloody nose. Because in spite of our differences, there's a deep love in us. We don't like the things about our nation that is not good, but I don't want to live anywhere else. I want America to be made right. I don't want to see America go the way of Rome and Babylon and Sodom and Gomorrah. But why won't she go that way if the men of religion and the women of religion keep silent?
$5,000. Cash payment to anyone who can prove that what lying son of a devil Farrakhan is preaching is consistent with the lessons, supreme wisdom, of Master Fard Muhammad Elijah Muhammad's representation of his teacher Master Fard's teachings.
Hi, Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Imam Rahim here, Messenger of Covenant, Breaker of Seven Seals. Brothers and sisters, you are the reason for the season. You don't want to know that. All the world knows. I've studied Scripture, I haven't spoke this directly. There have been the last couple of days. See, they're all after you. Who's driving this? See, some of you thought God was driving it. No, God is not driving it. There's a dragon is driving it. The dragon was standing by to devour you as soon as you was born. He said, Michael make war with the dragon and his angels. And these are the dragon's angels. Wow. So Satan was in charge. See? Because you understand angel key. The dragon had 7 heads and 10 horns. That means the heads were part of the dragon. But the heads was controlled by Satan. I know you missed that. I said so much I can tell you, but I'm telling them too. The dragon was driving this affair. Who's the dragon? They couldn't tell you if their life depended upon it. The dragon's the one that sold us into slavery to begin with. Half brother. So we got 2 brothers out there. Half brother, one an older brother. And they both don't mean us well. It says a dragon. See? That's the one. The dragon goes back, right? Quite a bit. Okay. The dragon, they refused to submit to Adam. I don't think you pick up on that one either. Why? Because they say, we're powerful than Adam. Adam's under our control. We're the dragon. We got 7 heads and 10 horns. Satan don't have but 7 heads. You don't have 10 horns. You got the 666. But we got them. I know you didn't pick up on that one. They can turn the dragons when they it's so many, you know, who the dragon and the jinn? The angels. Okay. But they subdued to submit to Adam. So we're more powerful than Adam. We made of fire. He's made of dust. See? They said, we shall come against them. Say, when the day they're raised, until the day they're raised, we'll come to them with from every elevated place until they're raised. Well, they're not talking about Adam because Adam's in control, so he's not had to be raised. Who had to be raised? The angels, the ones that submitted. That's us. So all this is driven by the dragon. We think about it, the dragon is the one that supplied Adam. Because Adam's whole reality is built off of oil. Where were they getting that from? Jinn. The jinn know. They hide much. They hide the fact that Prophet Muhammad was black. They dyed themselves white to keep the lie going. Yeah, I know. I got a relative. Born black as me. You see her now. She's white as snow. I'll show you the pictures. Because they're the one that shows you they're trying to support the lie that false Israel is us. They know false Israel are not us. They know false Israel is false. That's one of the reasons why there's confusion over there right now. But they don't want to get rid of false Israel, because if they get rid of false Israel, that means that we might recognize who we are. That we don't want to be betrayed by them. That we're the true Isaac. So they make themselves look like false Israel, white. So they see we're brothers, see we just like. Because they was black. See? And Satan knows who they are. And so does God. Because what they call them? They call the Arabs over there desert niggers. Look it up, that's what they call them. They call us niggers. But they know they are our brothers. But it's a big secret. It's a big secret. And it would remain a secret until the Lamb came and shed the light. The irrepressible light. They'll blow all this away. You know, that broadcast today, every time you think it can't get worse, get worse. Everything this shit can't stink any worse, it gets worse. Damn, I can't stink more than it's been stinking. Today was they off the page. I mean, sometimes they kind of mix stuff here. There's lie after lie. They kept tripping themselves up over and over and over again. It's about everything. Because they're trying, see, they're desperate over there. If you look at closely, you go to any small church and they're packed. They got more small churches, got more people there than they had. And yet this is their flagship mosque. This is FARRACON mosque in Chicago. And they got the so-called sisters up there. They ain't so much sisters you think. In the first 4 or 5 rows. Second next to each other. But then so-called brothers, they got about 5 rows back, but every other seat, they make it look like they fill it up. Because they put them all together like this so-called sisters, they would only be about 3 rows. And they put every other seat. Why? It's not because of COVID, because why wouldn't do the same thing with sisters? And they, I don't know if they did it by mistake or what, they actually showed the sister side, and all in the back was totally empty. Totally empty. But this is Sunday in the flagship mosque. And they brought all the so-called, and even the so-called brothers that was there, most of them was visitors anyway. When I was there during the time of Messenger, that place would be packed with believers. And if visitors came in, if we have a lot of visitors, then the brothers be in the balcony. When they be all over, and just sometimes the little table just, hey, okay, it's full, so we'll go out and doing we'll push some Hump Street newspaper. It's always packed. Not just on Sunday, but Wednesday and Friday too. And the FOI class on Fridays was strictly for the FOI. But now anybody can come because nobody's showing up. I'm not going to go over every lie itself because I'd be here for 2 or 3 hours doing that. Everything came out of his mouth was a lie, 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 lie. They open, in the name of Allah, then lie their ass off. Say, Farrakhan, he never lied. Farrakhan's a goddamn liar. I can prove it. When the message departed, all he did was lie. He's a thief. Him and Wallace stole all the nation's property, finance and everything, closed everything down and turned it and liquidated and got the money and took off. And he left the sheep abandoned. That's exactly what he did. He admits it. And he badmouthed the messenger, badmouthed from Muhammad. He's a goddamn liar. But he never lied. He never bent the knee. He's owned by the government. And I can prove that too. He tells you clearly he wants to stay here. He likes it here. That's totally against everything Elijah Muhammad taught. So I'm going to move on. I got quite a few things I want to get to, right? But this is the bottom line. It's a critique of what they did today. It's, it's pathetic. It's pathetic. And now, well, I'll get back, elaborate a little further into, but see, today, a couple of agendas to it, but one of the primary agendas is trying to take and reinterpret what I've been saying for actually 35 years, but actually for the last 2 months. I've been characterizing the new world coming as a season. Oh, they mentioned seasons, didn't they? Oh, wow, where do you get that one from? And the snow, all the snow going to melt and everything in the winter. Oh, where do you get that one from? They use a lot of stuff I be talking about. And now all of a sudden, all this stuff's going to happen. But they never have a solution. Oh, solution is just, God's going to protect you. Oh, Noah, it's going to be a flood. Okay, well, don't worry about it. I got your back. I'll protect you. Don't worry about nothing. You better build a goddamn ark. You're going to drown, fool. You ain't never heard no such bullshit like that in your life. When you say they're going to burn up Sodom and Gomorrah, you say, hey, I'm going to burn. Okay, we're going to do it. Just lay back. Lay back and watch the game, man. I got your back. Maybe get your ass out of town. You're going to get burned up too. See? Oh, just believe. Just believe. Just believe. Yeah. You better believe to get your ass out of there. See? You mentioned God's going to take us, but how are we going to do that if we're going to stay here, fool? Then when the message black, got all that all wrong. And the bottom line is, see, I'm not speaking to those fools over there. I'm not trying to convince them. I'm not trying to convince anybody. And if I was like, my job is to convince, shit, I'd had a stroke by now. I had a stroke a long time ago. Because these people are impossible to convince. The Levites are impossible, well, nearly impossible. They're going to have to take the hard path. But that's not my job. My job is hard enough. That was Elijah Muhammad's job, to control, push, encourage. That was his job to do that, prepare the way for the message of the covenant. Not my job. I don't have the personality for it. And I would have to refuse if that's what they asked me to do. I know I wouldn't be able to do it. I know I would do my best, but I wouldn't be good at it. That goes against my grain, trying to tell people what to do. I don't tell my wife what to do. She keeps looking at me like I'm crazy. I had a wife a long time ago that she actually thought I didn't care about it because I wouldn't tell her what to do. I don't know where to get that nonsense from. Some people like that. If you ain't pushing them, they figure you don't care about them. That ain't me. I wouldn't even like that with my children. Maybe I should have been. Right? When I was in the military, the same thing. I just don't want to be telling people what to do. To me, it's like telling my heart, beat, beat, beat. Tell my lungs, beat. And damn, what the hell I need them for? You know what to do. You don't know what to do. Not give information. I don't have a problem with that. But you got to do something with it. If you want to get the benefit of it. That's the nature of the hereafter anyway. So I guess I'm prepared for that because here, if you're a tyrant in the hereafter, there will be a tyrant, but not against us. I don't know how to talk about this tyrant person, but if you're a tyrant, you won't have no place in the hereafter. Nobody's going to tolerate it. Nobody are dictators. Master Muhammad is not a dictator. He's an administrator. He's a God. He's making sure everything runs smoothly. He keeps you up to date what needs to be done, what needs to be done, right? give you guidance. But he ain't there to beat you and force you. There will not be a police force. Nothing like that. So if you don't know what to do, you can't figure it out, then get the hell out of town. That's where he was before. Remember how so-called American natives got here? They got exiled. You couldn't go on the program. You got to move on. You want to stop doing that bullshit, you got to move on. Elijah Muhammad said they was the first enemy to Islam, but that's what that lie said today. Oh, God's going to save them too. No, that's not what the lesson say. Elijah Muhammad was hard on them. You know what Elijah Muhammad said about that? He said it was good that the devils took the land from these Native Americans. He said they wouldn't do a damn thing with it. That's what he said. He didn't have no love for them. He hate for him, he had no love for him. He came and said, mess with a black man in America. He said, mess with Native Americans. They're full of shit about everything they do over there. The reason I was over here because we kicked them out from over there because they was causing trouble over there. In our land. That's why we sent them over here. So now, we're in love with them now? And they do a goddamn thing. Remember, they was control. They had a lot of power here for a while. After the devils came, they didn't lift one finger for us, did they? Right. No. He didn't come here for the Native Americans. They get out here on their own. He's not coming here to deliver them. But they say anything. It's totally against the lessons. Totally against everything he said. So I'll move on and cover some few things, brothers and sisters. There's $5,000 still there. They don't take it because they can't. They don't take it from the $5,000 because they cannot. He sold a lot of stuff, because they're trying to reinterpret. They're trying to find a way. Because this is destroying them. If you have any idea about the scriptures, this is hurting them. Because why would Legion say, stop tormenting me? And he said, what was his nature of torment? Because he was exposing them. He was begging, stop tormenting me. And it says, who Lord consume, that means consume is not a passive thing. When you consume an apple, is that passive? No, the apple's being destroyed. At the same time, you're being energized. So the apple's destruction energizes you. You understand? So it says, who the Lord consume. So who is consuming him? See, they don't want to talk about they say the Jews are the son of perdition. Well, some distant individual. And they say the sons of perdition. They're son of perdition. So how you characterize a group of people? Who be sitting in Elijah's seat in the temple? See, all this stuff is very simple. So you say, well, how come nobody understands it? Well, that tells you right there. It speaks for itself, doesn't it? I mean, somebody's blocking it. Partly. Well, actually, because if you trick someone into not opening their eyes, then you really still stopping it, right? They don't. Or if they open their eyes, they'll see. But you trick them into keeping their eyes closed. Say, hey, why you open your eyes? Why are you wasting your time with the energy opening your eyes when it's all dark and you can see anything anyway? So why you say, hey, why keep wasting energy? Open my eyes up. I don't see anything anyway, so you just keep them closed all the time. Then you get used to keeping them closed. Well, all you gotta do is open them. And that's what's gonna happen in a minute. See? Because our people, eyes are closed. They don't invest in this. You know these stupid movies now? You ever notice the ads? Oh, okay, black folks in all the ads now. And all the black folks in the movies and stuff. And they got bathrooms as big as mansions. Big your whole apartment, just the bathroom. And they're doing $1 billion deals. Everybody got businesses. Right? See? Class A wives. say Class A. They go out the way. They all do a light skin, of course, because they got to look, or just outright devil. Like, it's called Kevin Hart, do $1 million deal. He got his own CIA squad. See, what it's doing is they're reinforcing the American dream. Because it's getting weak. So you understand the media, you understand these things in a minute. Because it'll be forced on you as a mercy. See, tribulation, mercy is a hard one, but you called for it. And if it didn't give it to you, just to wipe that all together. Because that was a choice left. That's the choice you made, either that or nothing. So you got all this stuff out there to keep you, oh, I could be like that. They ain't talking about Oprah. They ain't talking about Denzel. They talking about, hey, Joe Blow out there. Jimmy Cottonhead. Some neighbors about the hood. All of a sudden, he's doing $1 billion deals, man. He live in a big old mansion. They're driving a Lamborghini. You see all that stuff out there now? It's like you've never seen before. That's not the way you used to do it. Or you're just a drug dealer, you're a drug pusher, you pimp, your hoe. They got some of that still going on. But the stuff, that's not real. And before I got into the Injil, I took my own business. Oh, he just said, no, hold it, back up now. That's Elijah's spirit. Do for self. Understand? And I was investing in myself. You understand? So I was above the bullshit. And I did have a mini mansion. I could have had a big one if I wanted. I had several houses. I know millions of dollars went through my hands. And even then, I never met any Negroes like they showing ads on TVs. So you was one of them. That was Elijah's spirit. Do for self. I had this program and I was successful at it. Do for self. And I was doing well. I didn't have any high school education. Oh, I had a GED. I had been in the military. I didn't have any college. I just had GED. I didn't even finish my first year of high school. I invested in myself. And then when the angel come along, I made a choice. You or the American dream, I chose you. Okay? I'm not a multimillionaire. I could be. The spring is coming in. And all that money they got is based on ice. It will be in ice around for more days. Come on, brothers and sisters. I love my people. I just have a hard time dealing with them. I love my people, always have. Even before I met Graham, came to the messenger, people were so good. I was hard. I mean, I had my own ideas. I didn't like light-skinned people because I thought they was white. I thought they was half white. So I'd be skeptical of me. And I had my own little thing I going, right? When I was in Vietnam, we hang out at a place called Plantation Road. When I had my second tour over there, I was stationed right outside Saigon. So we just go downtown, go play Plantation Road. That's where all the brothers hang out at. If I saw a brother come down there, man, his hair wasn't nappy, I didn't want to talk to him. But hey, that's the way I saw things. Yes, yeah, I didn't realize that, about demons. I said, hey, I didn't, right? And I was always down for black folks all the time, especially for the sisters. I was always in fights with white people all the time. And the thing about it is, I don't want to go course, but I was like 17 years old when I went in. I was trying to get out of Newark because it was bad news, right? And I was always, like the first night I got into Germany, sent me to Germany, right? A place called Stuttgart. And I'm laying in a bedroom, right? And there's like several bunks in there. It was empty because I was in a transition place where they put you there to figure where they're going to send you to, right? So I'm laying there, and when I first went, it was empty. And it's about 8 beds. And it was big, big. Those are military know what I'm talking about. Then they said, no, boom, my bump, pushing. I look up. This dude named Barrows, Devil. I ain't know about devils at that time, right? He's got this little hunting knife. He's throwing it on the floor. With hardwood floors, right? He's talking about, hey man, my name is I think he said, I think it says name. His name was Barrows. I'm not sure that's the name he used at that point. And I'm a Hell's Angel. We don't like niggas around here. And I looked over and right across the room, right? In the other bunk, there was about 3 or 4 devils sitting there watching. I knew it was about to go down here. So I jumped up and did anything if I did anything at all. Because most they didn't think black folks would react. Because all the time I was in the military, white folks should step and shit on black people. They wouldn't do a goddamn thing about it. I couldn't understand that. Like, I'm from Newark. I said, man, most of them were down south. And they were just scared to death of white people. So I didn't say anything. I laid there. I must have fell asleep again. Because they said, boom, we pushed the dog again, right? And he said, I told you. My name is, I think he said, that was his name. And he's throwing his knife into the floor. And we don't like, I'm Hell Angel. We're niggas around here. So I still didn't say nothing. So he went back over to the other side, right? And I don't remember if I fell asleep or they left, whatever. Anyway, I didn't say anything more about it. But it turns out we got sent to the same unit. And so I went to the enlisted men's club and the office club. So I went to EM club with this dude. Anyway, and went there, and it was in there. And so when he came out, man, I jumped on his ass and started whipping him up. Right, everybody was standing around like a circle, right. That was my start. That was started. I was almost every other week. I was kicking some white boy's ass, and they never gave me Article 15 over it. And you get an Article 15 is like it's a charge. If you get it, like I said, it's like on your record, military record, right? Whatever. When I was 17, I was real small, maybe 100 pounds, I guess, or that much. But I didn't take a shit from nobody. And they used to call me in the office, ask what happened. I told them. The way I understand it is that they were just surprised that this nigga was fighting back. So they never did anything to me. They never got an Article 15. I was fighting all the time. They never gave it at one time. Right? That's where I was with them. So I never trust them. I didn't make friends with them. A couple of them tried to be friends with me, right? And that was before I even met Elijah Muhammad. So I said, I always love my people. Right? Let me give you one more instance. When I was in 7th grade, there was a teacher called Miss Landau. She was a Jew. And she used to have a brace on her leg. Now, when I was in school, right, I was always the best student. I was the best student all the way around in 7th grade. And so I was integrated, just in Newark. So I didn't have a problem with devils laughing at me because I was smart. I get better grades than them. So the way they retaliated is that on the best side of the part, on the other side of the part, on the report card, is behavior side. They always knocked me on that one, and my father would kick my ass. I said, look at that side. He didn't care about that side. He didn't care about behavior side, and he kicked my ass every time. I was scared to bring my report card on, boy. I have all A's on one side, and all U, I think they're unsatisfactory on the other side. That's what he did to me. Right? Anyway, So during lunchtime, right, we just go out and play in the playground. And the majority of the class was white. Just in Newark. 14th Avenue School. His name is, it's off of Fairmont Avenue. Of course, she's from Aqueduct. Anybody familiar with it? Anyway, this was like in 62, something like that, because my father passed. He passed about a year later, 2 years later, I think, something like that. He passed 63. Anyway, so I go outside, and I'm the best student in the class, the best, as far as the academic side. So we go outside, and we playing handball or something, right? So somebody hit the ball and knocked over the fence, and I couldn't get it. So I had a ball in my desk. So I go upstairs in my desk to get the ball, and all the white kids in the class. This is lunchtime, and Miss Landau, she had this stuff on the board. It was numbers and letters mixed together. And when I came in, I said, "Hey, what's that?" And she raised it real quick. "Oh, that's nothing." Now I didn't find out until I got to high school. She was teaching them algebra. They want me to know. They want me to know. Shit goes on all the time. And some of us go along with it, some of us don't know about it. But that's what happened. I ain't gonna forget that. And we move on, brothers and sisters. Like I said, I love my people. They don't love me. They don't care if they love me or not. It doesn't matter. I'm here to be loved. I'm here to give information. See? The sad part about it is it says once we get home, they said they're gonna weep and mourn. They're gonna weep uncontrollably over the Son of Man. That's what they said. Because how they treat them. That's what they said. They're gonna go, "Man, we didn't know." Well, actually, they don't know me because I ain't interested in all that. Let's move on. Oh, they want to talk to Daniel today. Now, listen. Now, read Daniel, what he said. Now, he says, I'm going to be talking, like I said, it's a critique. He's talking about the scripture. Now, Elijah Muhammad said the scripture is written, right, approximately 25,000 years. And it's revealed at the time that's necessary. Now, he's talking about the 24 signs. That's all wrong. Remember, Elijah Muhammad said he got it almost right. So that means if you follow Elijah Muhammad, you don't know if you're right or wrong because he didn't say he was 100%. It's right in the lessons. So what part did you get wrong? Because he said it was 1970. I know it, and I can prove it. We're still here. Anyway, so he was saying, like last week, he was saying, well, the predictions based on the circumference of the earth. I said, that's wrong. And I don't know if I mentioned that in my presentation or not. That's wrong. I said, it's not Elijah Muhammad said it's not based on circumference of the earth. But the boy's stupid. No, it's based on the axis. So today, he read off with Master Black Man, oh, it's the axis. He didn't say, oh, it's like he made a mistake. But that's what it says in Master Black Man. And it is based on the axis, not based on the circumference of the earth. Even though it's similar, but that's not what it's based on. And then he goes and says about scripture, right? So if he's right about the scripture, then they take and reveal it. Because what was the scripture for the last 10,000 years? What was the scripture for the last 20,000 years? It's irrelevant. It's of no value now. See, because they said they revealed scripture for the time that is necessary, right? He made a statement that's wrong, says, and then we conform to scripture. That's bullshit. We don't conform to a goddamn thing. The scriptures is like you see something. It's like you see an eclipse, and then you write down to be eclipse. So you didn't make the eclipse happen. You understand the pattern. So you say, well, there'll be eclipse a certain time. So what they did in the future, they saw what we'll be doing. They wrote it down. They didn't write it down. Then we got to conform to what they did. If that's the case, what the hell write down? Just write down what you want. See, that's just man. Muhammad never said dumb shit like that. Right? No, we don't conform to any scripture. The scripture just saw what they saw, what we was going to be doing. If you had a glass that you could see in the future, you say, oh, they're going to be doing this, you write it down. But you say, oh, because you write it down, they're doing this? No, that's backwards. That's not the way it works. Then he says, then he goes further, he says, remember, it's irrelevant. It's of no value, right? What happened? What scripture that Abraham had? No value anymore, because it was for another time. The scripture for the winter is no value in spring. It was scripture how to deal with the winter. Now that's what he said, right? Okay. But then he going to tell you, what the Quran is it? That's it. Right? Oh, that was written for a certain season. Because if that's the case, they won't be writing any more history, will they? And the reason why Elijah Muhammad said they look at people's thoughts, the reason he said that way, because they didn't have computers at the time. They have computers that does this. It's not because somebody looks at somebody's thoughts. But he talked on the basis like Prophet Muhammad talked on the basis of what they understood back then. God formed you in the womb. God don't form nobody in no damn womb. DNA does it. It's mathematics, period. That's no story altogether. Right? But that's the way it's taught back then. So he had to explain it in a way that people can understand it back then. How you going to tell people about DNA? They don't have any idea about DNA, no microscope or anything. So you tell it that way. And in a way it's right, because the mathematics, and God is mathematics, if anything, of the essence. So it does, but you don't give you no gifts, oh, I'm going to give you this gift. That. What about retarded people? What God was on crack during that time when that person was made? If God made him, he made a mistake. So what did that person do? He made a Siamese twin and lay in the bed the rest of his life? Oh, what was you doing, God? You was watching NFL? It's all bullshit. See, but that's bad understanding because it was written at a time that people thought that way. So his computer on the level they see it, because you could tell by microscope and DNA, had no idea what you was talking about. It's just like, let me get too far. They got a lesson. See, a lesson talking about, I'm paraphrasing, this scientist, he cracked the atom in 10 million parts, something like that, right? It says, how much does a cracked atom weigh? And they never broke that down. I keep telling them, they don't study those scriptures, and they never understood what that meant. They don't understand what that meant, because they don't know science, they haven't invested science, they have no idea what that meant. Understand? But when you understand that weight, so how much a cracked atom weigh, well, weight and force is exactly the same thing. It's like if you say house, in Spanish they casa, it's the same thing, just so because you talk Spanish, you say casa. So when you're talking about your weight, that's the way. We're talking about gravity. Then we talk force in the sense of weight, because when you walk on the floor, right? How much force you put on the weight is how much weight you have. How much force you put on the floor is how much weight you have. Your weight is your force. It's just weight and force is exactly the same thing. It's just how you speak to it when you talk about gravity. So you could say. You could translate that thing and say, how much force does a cracked atom weigh? Excuse me, how much force does a cracked atom have? Same thing as how much weight does a cracked atom? It's the same, it's identical thing. There's no nuance to anything. Both means force. When you put it like that, he's talking about a nuclear force, a nuclear explosion at a time when no one knew about nuclear explosions. See, those lessons are powerful, but they don't understand them. In fact, they don't even believe in them. Because he says the devils are 100% weak, it cannot be reformed. But he's saying they're going to reform, he's going to reform the devils, or he's going to do more than God can do. So they cannot be reformed. Master Muhammad said they cannot be reformed, but FARRACON knows better. He's going to reform them. That's a nuclear explosion at a time when no one had nuclear weapons, knew nothing about a nuclear explosion or anything like that. That showed how powerful Master Muhammad is. That showed that his will, if you want to call that, is a technological model made of a force and stuff they don't understand. Because they don't understand, if he told them back there that I've got a will and it's powered by nuclear power, they would say, what the hell is that? If they just told, I'm not saying it's powered that way. I'm just saying if it was. Because we obviously, if you understand less, he knows about nuclear power. So if he said it's 5, they would say, what the hell is that? Wow, nuclear power. They would have no idea what he's talking about. because nobody knew anything about nuclear power back in the 30s. Had no idea about it. Nuclear bomb wasn't invented in the 1940s, late 40s. You understand? So, we get off subject here. So he's talking about stuff he has no idea what he's talking about. The seasons. So and like so the thing is that if what he's saying is true about the scripture, that means the Quran is of no value anymore. I mean, at some point it would be no value, right? Because he keeps saying you bring the scripture to match the situation that you're dealing with. But the Quran doesn't match the situation. They've had the Quran for 200 years, and how the Sunnis, they got it, and what they're doing with it. They're getting their ass kicked over there, so it's not any guidance for them. It's antiquated. And then he tell you about Daniel. Daniel says, this book is sealed. And then the stupid fool couldn't understand what he said, because he said it'll be sealed until the end. So if it's sealed to the end, that means that's the book to be revealed at the end. But he ain't believing that book, is he? Oh, he talking about little things. He have techo. I'm going to get into that in a minute. And it says the same thing about the angel. That'd be the final revelation for this period of time. But no, it's the Quran, it's the Quran, it's the Quran. Okay, if the Quran, then tell me what's happening now. Tell about the abomination of desolation that's going on right now. No one's talking about it. The abomination of desolation, look it up. Abomination of desolation. Abomination means, right? The uprising was put down with great cruelty, and that's exactly what happened over there. They say putting down the uprising October 7th. And the result is they put down with great cruelty. Exactly what the definition of it. And it says when you see that, that means destruction. Whose destruction? The one that's causing it. That means false Israel is about to be destroyed. So he's telling you, oh, there's another book after this. Oh, no, Quran's the last one. No beyond that. And then they're going about, see, I've been hitting them all week about the messenger thing. The messenger covenant, they never mentioned. So he kind of slides into that one, but he didn't want to go too straight because he know he get kicked in the head because it'd be too obvious, right? Because he had to explain. So let me say, Elijah, last messenger. But that's not what Malachi said. It said there'd be another messenger, the messenger covenant. So all of a sudden, they slide in there. See, he's going to elaborate next week if you make it that far. Malachi's the messenger. Now, Fraudcon is the messenger. Remember, Elijah's going to be messenger ever. He's the last one. Now he's eternal leader of the nation of Islam. Elijah Muhammad never said anything like that. It's not in the scripture anywhere. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Lie after lie after lie after lie. Now give people atomic weapons, atomic bombs. They don't understand. This light, this angel is the great light because it explains everything. It identifies everybody, everything. And they don't know how to use it. It's like giving a child a Uzi and shotgun, them shooting themselves if anything. Because anybody got this information, they should be, ooh, awesome. So you ain't awesome. Well, what the information says. It says those things didn't happen. It says, okay, America's in trouble, right? The whole country, the whole world is, but what's causing it? You got to ask, what's the cause of it? What's the cause of it? It's got to be something that's adverse to them. If you're in trouble, that means you're dealing with a force that's adverse to you, contrary to you. So that means there must be a force in the planet world right now that's adverse to all and everybody on the planet.
Because the whole planet is getting hotter and hotter every day. The tension is getting greater and greater every day. The pressure is coming, the resistance is coming greater and greater every day. The conflict comes greater and greater. That means the force is driving that. And I said we personify everything, so it ain't no just some cloud. And what's the quality of the resistance? That will tell you the nature of the force that's causing it. If you see wind blowing, if you see leaves blowing, that tells the wind. But then you can tell the quality of the wind by the direction the leaves are blowing. So first of all, you know the leaves are blowing, that identifies as a wind. But then you say, okay, which way is the wind blowing? See, that's the next step. That doesn't change the power of it, that's just change the quality of it. Oh, it's blowing northwest. That means the wind must be blowing northwest direction. So you look at the world's on Trump's under, he's trying, America's trying to retain power. All stuff going on in the so-called Middle East. Oh, what's up? It all has a common taste to it, right? Common flavor to it. And the only one calling everybody out to the extent the Injil. No one else is doing it. There's no other force out there that's doing that. That shows you the wind is blowing and where the direction is coming from. Just look at you gotta ask, oh, this happened. What's causing this? What's driving this? What's causing those leaves to blow? What direction they blowing in? Why is the world all turning? Why is it getting hotter and hotter every day? What's causing it to be hotter and hotter every day? It's not cooling off. What's causing it to get more friction every day? More conflict every day? What's causing that? It's all in the same direction, right? And you can see it has a core to it, like source. So it seems like all coming from America. So in other words, the origin of the force, like if the wind's blowing, okay, its direction, right? But where's it coming from? Is it coming from a mile away, 10 miles away, 1,000 miles away? You see, but the origin's right here in America. Because America's causing all the confusion in the world. America's causing all the confusion in the world. So the source of this force is somewhere here in America. And it's against America and everybody else. Because the whole world is in turmoil. I tell you, if you start to understand pressure, understand force, some of these things fall right in place for you. So now you know how to identify where that force and where it's coming from. It's coming from here in America. That's where America's driving this whole thing, ain't it? So it's coming from here in America. But it's also affecting America too. So it's not American force. Because America, if it was American force, America would be calm and cool. Everybody else would be in trouble, wouldn't they? So America's in trouble too. So the force is originating here, but it's also affecting America too. So it's something in America that's causing America trouble in the whole fucking world and chaos and conflict. Like the Quran said, the whole world be in derision. And it's coming from someplace here in America. They come from FARRACON, she likes it here. It doesn't happen here. So there's some force here in America that's tormenting America. It ain't FARRACON. Because he wants to save America. He's been affected by it too. So some force here is originating from here that's causing all this trouble in the world. You figure it out. You figure it out. Move on, brothers and sisters. Okay, I gotta play this. This makes my day. Here we go.
I gotta do this. Do you mind? Yes, I'm gonna do something. I don't want to put my brother on the spot. See, this This is this. This is something else. Love and faith transcends color. And the reason why we embrace Father Flagler as a brother is because we find him on the battlefield of justice, being a true disciple of Jesus. And the last thing I'll say is, you'll never call us racist.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because this day that we honor
Yes, sir.
Master Fard Muhammad, if you see an image of him, put his image up.
Yes, sir.
That's the man whose father was a black man and his mother a Caucasian. And how many of us have a parent that's a Caucasian or grandparent? It's not about color. It's about our submission to the will of God. And in that we find common ground and unity.
Yes, sir.
So I'm only one shade lighter than you, so. And Mustafa maybe 4 more shades lighter. We a family.
Yes, sir.
Let's stay a family and be a family and love each other as God would have us to love each other. We love you, Father. Happy Savior's Day. Thank you. I had to do that. We love you.
One more time, brother.
Well, brothers and sisters, I guess the Quran doesn't matter either, because it says, and now that devil is our brother. Show me the lesson that backs it up. Show me the message of black man, fall America, how he lives, how Savior's arrived, any of that. See? He doesn't honor Master Muhammad. Dishonors, well, he dishonors himself because he can't dishonor Master Muhammad. He proved himself to be a liar. Anybody's got eyes. Those that's blind, well, they don't matter to him. But it don't matter to us either. Because they're lost, and we want to stay lost. Now watch this.
Do you then believe in a part of the book and disbelieve in the other? What then is the reward of such among you as do this but disgrace in the life of this world, and on the day of resurrection they shall be sent back to the most grievous chastisement? And Allah is not heedless of what you do. 86 These are they who buy the life of this world for the hereafter, so their chastisement shall not be lightened, nor shall they be helped.
See, brother says we're going to examine if these being part of the book is being the other. These are his little imps. Dr. Wesley, stone cold crack fool. He think he's tough. He got to talk tough. He always look confused all the time because he is confused. But if he's a doctor like he claims, he has a brand, he claims he wouldn't be within 10 billion miles of FARRACON unless he's a stone cold demon. Can he read? Show me anything that supports anything that FARRACON is saying. Anything. Can't. Let's move on. The part of the book, this book,
Malachi 3:1. Behold, I will send my messenger, and he shall prepare the way before me, and the Lord, whom ye seek, shall suddenly come to his temple, even the messenger of the covenant, whom ye delight in. Behold, he shall come, saith the Lord of hosts.
Okay, brother and sister. That's another messenger. Isn't that another messenger? That's what it said, isn't it? FARRACON said, God is the last messenger. Wait a minute. There's another messenger there. After the messenger, there suddenly comes a messenger temple. That means he was around when the messenger was around. And the God is saying that. This is God's word. They say, ain't no other messenger after Elijah. He's eternally in the nation of Islam. That ain't what this says. So who is this messenger of the covenant? Who is this covenant he's a messenger of? So they believe in this part of the book and just believe in the other right there. Case closed. They say less. Let's look at the next one.
Genesis 15:12. And when the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell upon Abram, and, lo, an horror of great darkness fell upon him. 13. And he said unto Abram, Know of a surety that thy seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years. 14. And also that nation, whom they shall serve, will I judge, and afterward shall they come out with great substance.
Okay. They believe this part of the book, don't they? They quote this, don't they? But they said they come out with great substance, but FARRACON, we're not going anywhere. Right? And FARRACON's there. So how are we going to come out with great substance and we ain't going anywhere? I mean, they come out with something and stay in at the same time. Let's move on. I mean, they read this part of the book, right? They do read this part, right? Notice they call Abram here. They don't call Abraham. Why did Ham is missing? Think about that one. Who they call Ham? They call us Ham, don't they? Could that be because we just see this missing? Let's move on.
Genesis 15:18. In the same day the Lord made a covenant with Abram, saying, Unto thy seed have I given this land, from the river of Egypt unto the great river, the river Euphrates.
There's the covenant. They don't mention that part either. Remember, they don't mention the part about the messenger of the covenant. They call God a liar because God says he's coming. They say there ain't no other messenger. That's like last messenger. So they calling God a liar there, and they calling God a liar here because they're saying this is the covenant. And they say we're not going nowhere. If you look at that river Egypt and river, that's Arabia. They say we're not going nowhere, and they don't mention this part. Being part of the book and this being the other, most grievous chastisement. That is not proof enough. Well, now we've got the message of covenant where they say doesn't exist. They never mention them. The covenant where they say ain't no God's word is a lie. We ain't going nowhere. God's a liar, and God's a liar because ain't no messenger coming here after the messenger. Ain't no messenger coming here. So God's a liar on that point, and God's a liar about the covenant, but we ain't going nowhere. Right? Okay. So let's see if we can see who the messenger of the covenant is, the identity. Here's the identity. Joshua,
1.
listen.
Now after the death of Moses the servant of the Lord it came to pass, that the Lord spake unto Joshua the son of Nun, Moses' minister, saying, To Moses my servant is dead, now therefore arise, go over this Jordan, thou, and all this people, unto the land which I do give to them, even to the children of Israel. 3. Every place that the sole of your foot shall tread upon, that have I given unto you, as I said unto Moses. 4. From the wilderness and this Lebanon even unto the great river, the river Euphrates, all the land of the Hittites, and unto the great sea toward the going down of the sun, shall be your coast.
Clear? FARRACON claims to Aaron. They bypass Aaron and go to Joshua. He's the messenger of the covenant because he fulfilled the covenant. He turns back to the river Euphrates. Turns back home. So he's a fulfillment. He's a messenger of the covenant. He's a fulfillment of the covenant. He's the messenger of the covenant. But they say there ain't no messenger of the covenant. And there's no, God's lying about that. He's lying about the covenant itself and the messenger of the covenant. And they don't mention this one either. They don't mention Joshua. Mention. So all three they don't mention. Why? That shows they're lying. And just like Mark said, Legion, Louis Eugene Grounds, knew who the Son of Man was. He knows. He knows. Says he knew. So stop tormenting me. He's the one. His demons will know. He knew. Because he know he's not. He know he's not. FARRACON know he's not the Son of Man. He knows he's not the Messiah because he know he's lying. He's a usurper, a robber. So he knows who the real one is. But the real one is out to destroy him, so he's going to try to keep you from knowing, because once you know, his day's over. Let's go on further.
Five. There shall not any man be able to stand before thee all the days of thy life, as I was with Moses, so I will be with thee, I will not fail thee, nor forsake thee.
I would say FARRACON was failed and forsaken. And they blew his ass up with racing pills. Wouldn't you say that? They're not talking to him, he's talking to Joshua. And Joshua come after Aaron. So who's Aaron? FARRACON missed his Aaron, who misled the people. So they passed over Aaron to Joshua. The messenger of the covenant takes us home, where they say we're not going anywhere. Don't exist. Move on.
Six. Be strong and of a good courage, for unto this people shalt thou divide for an inheritance the land, which I swear unto their fathers to give them. 7 Only be thou strong and very courageous, that thou mayest observe to do according to all the law, which Moses my servant commanded thee, turn not from it to the right hand or to the left, that thou mayest prosper whithersoever thou goest. 8 This book of the law shall not depart out of thy mouth, but thou shalt meditate therein day and night, that thou mayest observe to do according to all that is written therein, for then thou shalt make thy way prosperous, and then thou shalt have good success. 9 Have not I commanded thee? Be strong and of a good courage, be not afraid, neither be thou dismayed, for the Lord thy God is with thee whithersoever thou goest.
Things speaks for itself, brothers and sisters. This is how God will be with Joshua once he takes over I and eliminates son of perdition, who he consumed with spit of his mouth and destroy. And then he inherit, right, protection and backing Elijah had from Master Muhammad. And there it is. This had nothing to do with Elijah Muhammad. Elijah Muhammad, this wouldn't have played with Elijah Muhammad's around. Why is kissing in the mouth? Well, I guess he can't. I guess that's his new husband. Since he can't perform the function anymore. That must be his new husband. That's exactly what they did. Oh, he never lies. He never cheats. He don't need anything. Yeah, well, how come he's a multimillionaire? And why you keep giving donations? He just does out of his love. I've been doing it for over 35 years, bro, since every day, 24/7, right? And I haven't asked you for a dime and don't intend to, because it says a free gift. And the guys don't need, they're self-sufficient. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. $2026. That's the year, brothers and sisters. You can be sure this is the year. Everything's in place. Well, let me speak that in a minute. See, the problem is the light is there. The bright light is there. The problem is they convince you to keep your eyes closed. They have you convinced to keep your eyes closed. So you don't open your eyes, because if you open it, the light will hit. Excuse me. Hold on. Now I'm saying, bro, so I got a little something here going on. So the light is there. The angel is the light. There's people sitting dark and seeing a great light. But so all of a sudden, they won't see it, but the eyelids open because they convince you to keep your eyes closed. Say, it's dark. What's the point of opening your eyes up for? It's dark. But if you open your eyes, all of a sudden, you see everybody. You see it, enemies closing in on you. People stabbing you in the back, rats and roaches all over the place. But you don't see that. Because if you see, think about it. If you're in the dark, and it's really dark, you can't see anything, and you laying back, right, on your couch, drinking pina coladas, whatever you're doing, right? Listen to your sounds. It could be shit all around you. It could be a line closing on your ass, right? It could be roaches crawling across, right, on your pants. You don't even feel it because you get it on your pants, right? Oh, man, you don't see it, man, because you mellow. You don't see all this shit around you. You understand? You see what I'm saying? People giving you a finger and everything else, man, right? Maybe on the world, on the walls, nigga, you need to go back down. You don't see any of that, man. You mellow. So you laying back listening to Stevie. And all of a sudden your eyes come up. God, oh, wow. Getting broken. Getting rats, man. Oh, man. Look at that great stuff off the wall. You know what I'm saying? You go. So you was at peace only because your eyes was closed. But you wasn't at peace. You thought you was at peace. Your peace was an illusion. And that's how people right now has illusion of peace with this media or these stupid ads or stupid movies. See? The music. I told you they manipulate the music, but you don't understand that. So your peace is an illusion. That's why I said we'll deal with this truly. But once your eyes open, all of a sudden, oh, man. In your panic mode, then you realize, man, you went from mellow into strict panic stroke mode. And that's about to happen to our people. That's about to happen. Because that's what's going to trigger the tribulation. Because you need to wake up. The enemies and everything all around you planning against you, and you don't know because you laying back, man. Hey, I'm listening to Navy, man. I got me my drink right here, man. Right? Yeah. I'm laying back, man. Nice comfortable chair here. You know what I'm saying? So you could be spitting your drink and you wouldn't know it. Pissing your drink, you wouldn't know it. Maybe you could taste it. Oh, it tastes a little different. They're eating, but you don't know what you're eating. They mix shit in your food. You wouldn't know because your eyes are closed. Oh, you say, oh, damn, what the hell is that? What the hell is that burger, man? What the hell is that drink? You understand what I'm saying? That's the situation right now. So Master Muhammad's going to force your eyes open. Now what you do after it opens is up to you. See? Because right now, you don't know the devils are devils. They tell, oh, they are brothers. You see? Don't worry about them. But see, they're going to attack you. And you're going to realize they're attacking everybody's black, and you're going to realize they're devils then, because you're going to see they attack everybody's black. So all of them are doing it. Then you're going to say, yeah, they're devils. You're going to come back. It's going to be clear in your mind they're devils. Because they're going to attack you with a vengeance. But clear in your mind they're devils. Well, this goes now. We clear your mind who they were. They were deceiving you. They weren't your friends. They was ripping your identity off. The Farrakon, he was the one that convinced you to keep your eyes open. Convinced you to keep your eyes closed. See, all of a sudden, now you see all these people. See what they're doing. And you go into panic mode. But you wake up. And once you wake up, you're going to, okay, you're going to start cleaning up. You're going to start getting those roaches out there. Start getting those bugs out there. You're going to start getting those rats out there. You're going to start cleaning your walls. You're going to get that stinking food out the way. And that drink they're pissing in. See, you want to get rid of all that's, you don't come together. Clean up immediately. You ain't going to wait, oh man, I think I'll finish watching the game. No, you're going to go into motion immediately. That's what it says. They come together, extremely great army. Because when they attack, you're going to see everybody. You're going to see, because the angel's right there, the light's there, your eyes open. They say, in a day, say, can a nation be born? What caused you to be born today? Can they be born today? That's what it says. Whoever heard such thing, because your eyes come open today. But same thing, Babylon's destroyed today. Why? Because your eyes come open, all of a sudden you start destroying all the rats and roaches and everything else. You see the connection? So Master Muhammad's going to force your eyes open. When they attack you, that's going to force your eyes open. Because now you're going to attack. Hey, man, hey, somebody, that chair's rocking now. Somebody move that chair and push you. Hey, man, what? Then you open your eyes, then, hey, what's going on? Oh, God damn, what's up? What? You see what I'm saying? That's what it says. You're going to panic mode. Panic mode. See? And those in the nation of Islam that's under control of Suleiman, once he take control, see, they won't go into panic mode because their eyes don't come open. Or it's going to be someone to panic even at that point. But they got some idea, right? You tell them, hey, your eyes about to open now. And just what you don't give them a warning, what you're going to see in a minute. That's for the attack. So they know when they open eyes, they're going to have some idea what they expect to see. But you want to see them, you don't have no warning. Oh, goddamn. That's the difference. So they're going to flee in panic. You're going to flee, but you're going to have, right? You're going to open your eyes gradually. Oh, damn. He told me there's rats and roaches around me. He told me there was devils. He told me this. See, but you're going to find out the devils. You out in the suburbs, all of a sudden somebody gonna break to your door, cutting your child's head off, and maybe your mama, and throwing you in the oven. See, and maybe you might escape, but you're gonna see all that blood left behind because you didn't see it coming. See, those that panic, the reason why they panic, because they saw it at the last minute. That's why they can't go in the house, get anything, can't get the baby, anything. But that's why those that in the nation that see his light just before the attack, that's what it says. He comes just before he does it. So he gives them a heads up. This is what you're about to see when you open your eyes. The eyes get open before they actually attack. But they're going to see all this. See? That's the difference. Most of our people, almost all the demons, are going to be in panic mode. Because the information was blocked from them. I hope you understand, brothers and sisters. That's what's going on here. Because angels explain everything. The Quran doesn't do that. It's telling you who all your enemies are, who they are, what they plan on doing, when they're going to plan on doing it. It tells you everything except the exact time when it's going to happen. But we know it's about to happen. We know the general time, but just don't the exact time. It explains all of that. So those of you who know about it already, stop your eyes. Well, you got even better advantage than those that get it when he takes over the NI. Because you already got plenty of time. You've been warned, everything else. See? So you had time to prepare. Open your eyes gradually. You still see all this around you. And what you do about it, that's up to you. So you got even more time. But then it'll be your responsibility, right? To try to pass that benefit on to the rest of our people. If you out there confusing them with bad information, everything else, you might as well not say anything at all. You understand that, brothers and sisters? Let's move on. 2026. Vengeance. They want to tell you, oh, we can't take vengeance on them. Well, that tells you, it says, doing them double is done to you. They say anything. See, you understand. Well, they don't say anything. Let me take that back. They have a purpose for what they're saying. When you listen carefully, you know that FARRACON is one of them. Well, they went after all our major leaders, but they ain't got FARRACON. No, because he's one of them. It's easy to see that he's one of them. It's easy, perfectly easy. If he says Aaron, just look what Aaron is. If he tells you Aaron, then isn't your responsibility to go see what Aaron does? He's not responsible. If he tells Aaron, he's not responsible to go in and see what Aaron does. And that you're gonna believe, and if you're gonna believe what it says, you should leave the whole book alone. Believing part of the book and disbelieving the other. He says Farrakhan is truthful in a lot of respects. He says Elijah Muhammad said he works hypocrite. Well, he tell you out his own mouth. That's why it says when the time comes, the devil, he gonna say, hey, don't blame me. Ain't that what Farrakhan says? He always blame his followers for being lost. What he's gonna be leading them. Don't blame me. I called them, they came. I ain't no authority over them. I called them, that's what Farrakhan could be able to say. Hey, they could read. I told them I was Aaron. I told my father was the devil. You see what I'm saying? That's why I ran away and ripped the nation, stole the money. I'm a millionaire. I ain't got no business anywhere. See, I mean, just on the point, he said, I told my father was the devil. I told him Aaron. I told him that Elijah Muhammad said his words hypocrite. I told him that stuff. They still came. Don't blame me, blame them. And he got a good point there. Excellent point. But he says those things. He says, I don't want to leave here. I want to stay. We ain't going nowhere. I said that. God said we are going, so I said we ain't. So they leave me over God. That's their problem, not mine. I said we going. I said we ain't going nowhere. You understand? We ain't going nowhere. We're going to stop. I want to stay here. And devils ain't devils anymore. But let's say they're all devils 100%. They cannot be reformed. But I say I want to reform them. And they ain't all devils. Well, it says in the lesson, can you read the lesson? Didn't when you come here, did I tell you had to read those lessons? To qualify to be a member? Did I tell you had to read those lessons? Now, you read them, right? So, and that's what God said, right? So, what you blaming me for? I said something different. So what you blaming me for? I told you real lesson, didn't I? I didn't change the lessons. I told you real lesson. So if you took my word over God's word, that's your goddamn problem, dummy. You see what I'm saying? So that's what he says in Exodus. He's gonna blame you, and he can get away with it. Because all you gotta do is say, hell, didn't you read the lesson? Didn't the lesson say 100% wicked cannot be reformed? And you say you believe in God, right? So I said different, that means who word you taking? I just called you Cain. That's what I'm saying he's going to do. And that's exactly, that's a good argument. It's a valid argument. He's going to save his ass. But it's sure going to put a hurt on your ass. Because he's going to abandon you. And the God's going to kick your ass. And I tell you, who's going to the really hurt's going to come from? It ain't going to come from the God. It don't come from me. It ain't going to come from Farrakon. It's going to be your own people. When your eyes open, they see you in a restaurant around. Ain't going to wait no time no goddamn rat trap. They're going to burn your ass up. So they ask your ass and then throw you in the fire. So they're going to be angry, extremely angry. They're rats running around here. I pay all this money to this place. Then your own people going to do it to you. You double them they've done to you. Your own people. And they're going to be terrible. When they get a hold of you, Wesley, Jeffrey, Daniel, Ishmael, and the rest of the crew, when they get a hold of you, eyes come open, they see you for what you really are. You a rat, a roach. What are they going to do to you? When your eyes open. You'll see. You're going to see soon. Okay, let's go over this, brother and sister. See, David explains all this. And see, everybody, it says all nations are against us. All nations. It says it. Scriptures tell you that. It says, nations prepared to make war with God. Well, how are they going to make prayer if God is spook of spirit? They're prepared to make war against us. Make all the cream planet Earth, God, universe, can't make it any simpler than that. They're prepared to make war, and they've been making war against us for the last 6,000 years, or at least 500. Right? So they got who? God, they got control of us, our energy. They are here. They got control of us, our energy. So we're right here, captivity with them. And then plus they rape us and everything else because they produce a whole group of demons. And the purpose of demons is to keep us confused, and they did this purposely. Yes, they said they sow seed amongst the wheat. They sow chaff amongst the wheat to keep the wheat under control. They send wolves and sheep clothing to keep the sheep under control. And also, chew down on the sheep. So they have control of us. Energy. That makes them powerful. See? They have to have a certain amount of discipline. Understand? But the point is they got a lot of energy, that control energy that they would normally have, right? Which makes them wealthy. Why is America the most wealthiest nation on the planet? Because they got us. Even though they're going to debt now, they're wealthiest. And then you got somebody still our energy. Because, man, we still slaves here. The deception is so great. It says they would deceive the whole nation. They got you thinking you're free. You ain't free. You ain't never been free. How you free? How do you spend 9% of your freedom? On the job. Are you free there? You say what you want to say there? No, you get your gas fired. They tell you what to do. Tell you how to use your energy. In which you need to qualify for what you can't, and what you need to do. And plus, even extends to going home because you have to act a certain way, right? Or you lose your job, whatever. You're just a slave in the industrial age. You're still a slave. Anytime somebody controls your energy, you are a slave. Do you understand that? Harriet Tubman said, even back then, she said, then the field didn't realize they were slaves. Said she could have freed more if they realized they were slaves, but she wasn't really freeing them. She thought she was. We're still slaves. I'm a slave here too. As long as we're here, we'll be slaves because they control energy. They tell us what to do. They tell us, hey, you got $1 million. They tell us how to spend that $1 million. You can buy this, you can't buy this. Well, that's your money. You should be able to buy anything you want to. You can't buy a diamond mine. You got to buy a shit farm. So now you got $1 million shit farm. You got to smell shit. It's worth $1 million, but it's a shit farm. We're still slaves here. But they don't want you to realize that because they want you to be a happy slave, a submissive slave. And so, yeah, man, I got my what do you call it? What the word they use for slave, right? See? Somebody actually used to call a slave. And you go out there, 9% of your so-called freedom you spend on a job, don't you? And when you do, you got somebody tell you what to do, don't they? You better obey them, or you obey them 100%. You can say, "Oh, I'll think I know." You obey them 100%, or you lose that job. Well, I got a car. Well, 9% of that car is used to get back and forth to work, isn't it? Yeah, that mortgage. Well, that mortgage tied that job, ain't it? You're still a slave here, but you don't realize it. They don't want you to realize you're a slave because then you might get upset. But you're a slave, period. Ain't no way, ain't two ways about it. They control your energy, you're a slave. So then next you got the identity. Who stole identity? False Israel. They claim they're us. And as going along with that, that's why they dyed themselves white. So they can identify with them instead of us. Because they're really dark. Problem how was dark, black, and all the Arabs are black. That's why the devils call them desert niggers. Because they know they our brothers And that's like a little slight. They call them desert niggers. Why do they call them desert niggers? Because they're our brothers. And you don't catch on what they mean by that. They know it. And they know it. All of them know it. But House of Sard, they know the whole thing backwards and forwards. It says they're the ones that's really inspiring this whole thing because they're the ones sold into slavery. So then you got, so that's why they can identify them. See what same color as them, so they must be Isaac. No. Let's keep us having a vision. Identity. We're going to get the benefits because it says, he who love Israel, who bless Israel be blessed, who curse Israel be cursed. So we get the curse, they get the blessings because they say, hey, well, then so they pretend they're us. So they got identity, they got energy, and then they had to put somebody to take care of our vision. Elijah Muhammad. Vision unifies people. He gave us a vision. No, you choose Abraham. That's the vision. That was uniting people. They said, FARRACON, they said, no. Well, he tell you see Abraham. Right? He won't go that far because Elijah Muhammad used that as a bait. He takes everything away that the benefits of being see Abraham. We're not going anywhere. We love it here. There's no covenant. You just got to trap is the bait, the bait of it. The trappings of that vision. No vision. See? Well, this was the vision. And see, they're synagogue. Some of them are good. The good ones, we love the good ones. Remember, he says father is not only devil, but a white Caucasian Jew. That's what he said. Portuguese Jew. So he said then to notify the vision. That Elijah Muhammad established. The vision was we were going home. We were going to return home. That was the vision Elijah Muhammad established. We were home to Arabia. Messing the covenant. Joshua. So he come to kill that vision. That's why he said, no, there ain't no mess the covenant. We ain't going nowhere, no Joshua. Kill all the traps, that vision. And then who? The jinn. That's who they are. Because FARRACON, he's Legion, the demon. Over here, Benjamin Netanyahu, he's an antichrist. And we can explain exactly the mathematics behind why they call him antichrist. Over here, we got Gog. Left, Gog, antichrist, demon legion. And then we got the jinn. So they come at us from every elevated place. That means they're the ones, they come at us, the angels that submitted. We submitted. That means they're the ones that drive this whole affair. I never revealed that before. I'm telling you now, it's there, but some things I don't say purposely. See if anybody's studying, because nobody's so far. Somebody should come and say, "Hey, man, reveal some of this stuff," because it's right there. A lot of stuff I have to wait and see. If I say everything, everybody just repeating back to me. I haven't had anybody come and say, "Hey, man. Hey, don't you think Saudi is the one driving this whole thing? They're the dragon, ain't they? And they stand by to devour the child as soon as they're born, right? And Michael makes war with the dragon, and all the rest is dragons and angels. So dragon is the one behind this, ain't it? Never heard it. It's right there. A lot of things like that. And then the economy. They sent our economy over to China and India. This is all the nations. Well, we got one left out, but that's another story altogether. This is what's going on with us. And that's why Superman has to take all this down by himself. We have an army with him. He has to take down, right? He got to take down the demon by himself. And over here, God, that's going to be taken down by the Levites during tribulation. Not destroyed, but broken. It's the goat going to finish them off. And to take down Antichrist, that's a collaboration between Master Muhammad and Suleiman. Because that's the one in heaven. So he breaks him down. Destroys that false vision. And Suleiman reestablished the vision. He's still with the angel to give you the true vision. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Explain this. Another thing, no delusion. They got all kinds of trick delusions, bosses, because you've been taught, say this is pressure, all equal. So elevator, you got 4 people elevator, all the same strength. So it's cool. Everybody got the same right. Nobody's taking advantage can take more room than anybody else because all they got the same amount of power, strength. But watch this. You got the quality of it. Weapons, and that's why it says no weapon will prosper against you, because weapons doesn't change the power, doesn't change the pressure. It just gives the quality of it. So you got $1 million. You say, okay, I want to buy a car with it. Well, you still it's worth $1 million. You just change the quality of the $1 million. Now you got $1 million car. You got $1 million house. It's still $1 million. You haven't changed the fact you got $1 million. Or you change the quality of. So this person, he got $1 million house. This person got $1 million car. That person got $1 million whatever. That's just the quality. So when they got that, so you think, oh man, and they get you to focus on the quality. That's what tricks you. That makes you afraid. That's that fear none but Allah, because you fear the quality, and the quality has no value. It has some value, but it has no power, no value, and it sets the pressure. And then what? There's another one. Oh, look, you get, oh man, look what he got there. No, man. And you get afraid of this stuff. But that didn't help them in Afghanistan. Afghanistanis wasn't afraid of this. They had nothing. In other words, the Vietnamese, they had nothing. No, it was Koreans, had nothing. And they fought them to a standstill. They couldn't overcome them. So why? That should have been a cakewalk. These people were right stumpers, right? And go herders. They had none of this. America had all this, and it could not prevail. So watch this. You see? So the angel is increasing. May I tell you, they found out the source of the growth is here in America. The resistance here is in America and all over the world, because the wind's blowing and so everybody's been affected by it and they're resisting it. But see, but it's still growing. That means they're being crushed more and more and more, even though they got all that quality. That says no weapon will prosper against you. We understand that. See, most people don't understand. That's why they're afraid. Oh, man, I don't want to do it. Are people afraid and afraid of going to hell? They're afraid of being beat by the devil, being shot, killed by the devil. They're afraid of all the kind, because they stacked out over this principle here. The scripture says, if you got discipline, you follow the law, no weapon will prevail against you. How can they say that? Unless you understand this concept right here. It has nothing to do with how much quality weapons they have. It has to do with how much power they have. And the discipline is declining. So transgender and the disciplines, so they get weaker and weaker and weaker. But what they do, they're going to resist being weaker. But they can't get stronger because they don't have discipline. So they're going to try to resist everything that's causing them to lose power. And that's what this apocalypse is all about. Particularly America's trying to hold on to this power, and it can't. So they're going to try to be destroyed. It's going to use all the quality it can, but it's not going to work. It's going to put all kinds of destruction and everything else, right? Because they don't have the power, but they got a quality. So they're going to try to use the quality to retain power. It's not going to work. They're trying to use the quality to maintain power that they're losing, but the quality will not get them the power back. It would just cause all kinds of destruction, right? And that's what Matt promised here, to make sure they do not have a nuclear war, because we will not inherit a world that was all radiated. What good would that be? You understand what I'm saying, brothers and sisters? Like I said, they could turn $1 million gold mine into $1 million shit farm. You get it? If they can change $1 million gold mine, they can change to a shit farm. They got enough power to change the gold to $1 million. They got enough power to control $1 million. They got enough power to control $1 million. They can turn $1 million to $1 million shit farm, $1 million gold mine, whatever. So they got enough power to control so much of the earth. They're losing. And so that part they control, they could turn into a radiation dump if they want to. They turn into a pile of shit. You get it? But they still exist. So whatever they control, they can turn into shit. They lose control of the planet. That's why Master Muhammad is throwing them out the Middle East totally. So they cannot corrupt the Middle East. You start seeing stuff come together. I didn't mean to mention that one. I gotta slow down. See how stuff comes together? That's why it's totally thrown out the Middle East. It's protected, because that's our home. The first thing he does is protect our home. That's why war broke in heaven, because he don't want us to come back to a piece of shit. So they throw their ass out totally. That's why I said we're totally clean out. So we come back home. Only thing we gotta do is get rid of the rats that's running around there. I have brothers that took our home. We're gonna have to battle with them. But the point is, the place will not be a piece of shit we come back to. It says, my father's house of many mansions. So we return the house not built. So all those infrastructure and everything will remain intact. We make sure all that's secure. We not return home to a dump, to a pile of sand. That's why the war broke out in heaven. Who initiated? Michael and his angels. They cleared up because we about to go home. I never mentioned that one before. Maybe I shouldn't have mentioned his name, because now they're really going to try to pollute it now, but it's not going to work. You understand what I'm saying? That just falls into place. That's why I told you that's initiated. That's why it's initiated there. To get all the false Israel out, clean the whole damn place up. The welcome committee. Oh, it's so beautiful, brothers and sisters. I tell you study, but you know, I can't make it study. It's your choice. Let's talk about this. I guess we can go over this a little bit. He had to come in, he kickstart. He makes things start, makes things happen. That's the Lamb breaking seals. They have broken one seal. The scripture tell you, if you have not broken seals, you have no idea what the angels talk about. No idea. So why are they talking? They haven't broken seals. Talk about this. And Elijah Muhammad was told to speak on anything you need to. He's a mess across. So we ain't taking anything from him. But he didn't understand the sealed Bible either. He didn't understand Revelation either. The 24 signs, those are not 24 scientists, 24 elders, not 20. I can prove it. He was guessing. He said the 10 horns on dragon. He said that was 10 Central American countries that was going to attack America. He said a lot of things. It says he got nearly correct. He wasn't 100%. I ain't taking anything from him. The job he had to do, God bless him. And now the first thing that's about to happen, the war resume. That's right. Trump already said, I'm going in Iran. So that ain't they now. And that's where it's collaboration. Master Muhammad is going to take him down. He's going to reestablish the vision. But that's the person that's put up there to distort the vision. So it's collaboration. War broke out in the Middle East. That's about to happen any day now. And then when that happens, while the war is going on, FARRACON is taken out. While the war is going on, taken out. It says we was taken out in Exodus. There was sound of war, but no sign of victory or defeat. When the Levites was separated from Aaron and his demons. It says, though the Lord come with me, the separation take place. So during that time of war, he's gone. Then after he's gone, they attack. They attack. They're going to attack all blacks. They're in trouble now. I mean, they're not in trouble. Now the vision's going, and now black folks got a common vision. They start united. They're going to attack to prevent that. Because remember, all these nations do not want us to revive. do not want us to revive. Do not want us to come back. So they attack. And that's when your eyes open then. Because now you realize they're devils. So he was right. And someone goes, oh, I'm with you. No, the one that come and tell, hey, man, I'm with you. I'm not a racist. He's the one trying to trick you into the oven. Hey, come on to my house, man. We'll protect you. Right? You had plenty of time to think about that when you're being roasted. They probably roast your ass alive. Oh, you think that's a joke? They're going to show you they're devils. They're going to prove to you they're devils. That's open your eyes. Then, while this is going on, and tribulation is going on, the elect will have left here, and they're preparing to take Arabia from the Arabs. Remember, Iran will have control of the whole Middle East. They have control, but the population of them, they're still there. The Arab population is still there. They're going to resist us taking our land back from them. Okay? Their houses, their mansions, all that, that's ours. So the blood is going to run really thick and deep in there, not just because our battle with them, but also the battle they're going to have with the Shia. That's going to be a bloodbath. That's before we get there. See, remember, they're going to take the Middle East. They're probably taking the Middle East. It's going to be a bloodbath. Let me get that straight. War in heaven, when they take the Middle East, House of God, right, while the war's going on, that's going to be, remember, that's the war's going on. Who they fighting? They're knocking out God. They're keeping God. Make God out the reason. And they're fighting the Sunni and Shia. And the blood's going to be high as high. They say high as a horse's blood, but they talking about something else. But the war is going to be a bloodbath. Then they finally go overcome and take the Middle East. So Arabs going to be in submission. They're stupid. They'll be in submission. And then we come over and we take everything from them. It's all ours. And then they're going to attack us. Once we get control, they're going to attack us because they're winter people. They want to maintain this winter reality. Remember spring coming in. This reality is based on the industrial age, manufacturing, all that kind of stuff. That's the root of their power. Intellectual, all that kind of stuff. And that's going away. And they're going to fight to keep it. Because if that goes, they go back to right stomping. Sheep herding. They're going to attack. But remember, the other point is the source of their oil is coming from the Middle East. And they don't have control of it anymore. We have control of it. Or Iran has. See, and they want that oil back. And they no. That fuels their reality. That's another problem. They're going to come try to take it, and they will be not destroyed but defeated. See, they will be destroyed until they run to battle with Africa, which no story altogether. And then they run to battle with Africa. At that time, Obama will lead. He'll be the leader of the African forces. I know you can't see it now, but you will see it. He'll be the lead. And when they can't defeat us, take it back. Remember, Africa's rich in resources, oil and stuff too. They're gonna make them move down there, and that's when they're gonna run this smack. Africa will be united in only two Africas. It won't be all these states anymore. It'll be Islamic Africa, non-Islamic Africa. Islamic Africa is going to sympathize with us. Non-Islamic Africa is going to be under Obama's control. Non-Islamic Africa. And they're going to run in, that's death in Hades. China, they're going to run in, he's the bear. And Daniel, he's the bear. Goat is China, India. Yellow, brown spots. The eagle is American Britain. That's what they are. They're going to run him and he's going to destroy him. He's the bear that's going to pluck up 3 by the roots with the 3 horns. 2 horns of the ram, that's America, Britain. And also 1 horn of the goat. He's going to take them down. And then what? Then that's going to be the final war. Upper Africa, Lower Africa. Arabia is Upper Africa. War between two brothers. They claim the world belonged to them. Remember, they sold it. They sold their heritage. They're going to claim it back. It's going to be battle for control of the earth. So there'll be so many dead, it takes 6 months to bury the dead. And then eternal peace. Come on, brothers and sisters. It says, where the carcass is, the vultures be gathered together. These are the vultures. The demons. The demons are house niggas. Understand? They're house niggas. Which, since we ain't in the fields anymore, and master can't live we ain't produce the cotton and the potatoes and the corn stuff for the master anymore, the master say, we got to give it someplace else. We can't give them no more. And we can't give it to you, house niggas, because y'all our children, y'all black, but y'all our children. We got nothing to give you anymore. What we gonna do, man? What we gonna do, Daddy? Well, we was living off you, living in the house, and you was taking care of us. Well, too bad. We can't live off us, but you live off of them, and that's what they've been doing. That's the preachers. FARRACON believe. See, that's why it says where the carcass is, that's us. The vultures be gathered together. They're the vultures. Preachers. I love Jesus. Jesus gonna save you. Just put money in the basket. FARRACON, multi-millionaire. You don't have any business anywhere. They're the vultures. See, they'll say you can live off them niggas, you can live off us. That's not a analogy, that's a fact, brothers and sisters. See? Preachers like Christianity stuff, love America, all that kind of stuff, because they're master's children. Black-faced skin folk. You see here? I'm not going through the whole path. I've been explaining this, right? You got two paths. Go with two different people, but we didn't realize there was two different people back during Martin Luther King's. We're suspicious. Stop calling them Oreos and stuff, but we're suspicious, but we still thought it was one people. And soon I will come along and show, no, we're two people. You got the demons, and you got the original people, saints. You got the chaff, you got the wheat. They look alike, they the same. So you got two different paths. This path, interration, get closer. The America doesn't say, yeah, we'll separate. Our destination is take control. I promise land. Destination, take control of America. See, here we go. And at this point in time, right now, this is where we realize, no, we're two different people. We ain't the same. FARRACON keep trying to tell you, we're the same. No, because he wants to control us. No, we got two different. They're demons, we're the real Israel. You understand? Race war is on the horizon. When this war returns in the Middle East, race war will break out here like you can't imagine.
I believe that America can be beautiful. How can America be made beautiful? Now, family, listen. My brother Imam Wadafuddin and I have had disagreement, but his followers and mine have never given each other as much as a bloody nose. Because in spite of our differences, there's a deep love in us. We don't like the things about our nation that is not good, but I don't want to live anywhere else. I want America to be made right. I don't want to see America go the way of Rome and Babylon and Sodom and Gomorrah. But why won't she go that way? if the men of religion and the women of religion keep silent.
What path you think it's on, brother and sister? This path or this path? What path you think it's on? We just said. This path or this path? The one, brothers and sisters. Now, he told how much he loved America, how he loves America being here, kissing on devils, everything else. Let's see how he feels about you. But see, at this point in time, right, we realize we're different people. See, soon might come, remember, he's the one to come and make separation. So he's pointing out, no, we're two different people. So we start seeing that. So a conflict arises between us. It's intellectual initially, it's going to turn violent in a minute. Okay? So now at this point, you see the division and the rhetoric blossoming, showing that, hey, we have two different natures, two different destinations, two different attitudes. So let's see what he thinks about the other side. About you, the one that made him a multimillionaire, putting steaks on his plate, $5,000 suits, $10,000 rings they're carrying on. Let's see.
When the Muslims were alive, I'll say it again. When the Muslims were alive, you dead as hell now on both sides.
Yes, sir, brother Millie. Yes, we are. Yes, sir. That's real, brother Millie.
Both sides.
Wake us up, dear Papa.
When we was alive, we set up schools.
That's right.
When we were alive, we had supermarkets.
That's right. That's right.
We owned buildings.
That's right.
We owned farmland.
That's right.
We were busy doing something, hiring our people. Well, I'm telling the Muslims, damn it, if you don't come alive, you will die like you are. And I will say, thank you, Allah, because if they're not doing nothing on top of the earth, let the worms eat their ass.
How he feels about you, brothers and sisters? Both sides, male and female. The devil's love, nothing but love. Only that happened to them, I want to protect them. Only that happened to them, totally against God's will. God said he's going to destroy them. Says they're 100% wicked, not be reformed. But he wants to reform them. He's against God's will. He claims he's in sync with God. God speaks to him. I guess God's lesson learned from him. But he says God speaking to him, right? That's what he said today. He says he's against God's will because the lesson says they're 100% wicked, cannot be reformed. And we're getting out of here and they're going to be taken off the planet. He says, I don't want to see it happen. So he's not in sync with God's will, is he? But look what he feels about you. See? He didn't mention, he's the one that, he said, when the Muslim was alive, he didn't mention the fact that he's the one that did the killing. Him and Wallace. They destroyed the Nation of Islam. They got rid of it. They got rid of the name and everything. Took all the money, assets out of it. Ran away with it. Left the police with nothing. There was no NOI. They started some called Balalians. And the reason why we had those things, because we had a leader. Who was that leader? Elijah Muhammad. He led us. But Farrakhan led you nowhere, and then they blame you because you lost. We don't have things because he didn't lead him. He wasn't a leader. He put money in his own pocket. That's why I call it accuse my brethren, because he's accusing you for his failure. The reason why those things were there because Elijah Muhammad led the nation. But he's the leader. The same thing said in Exodus. He was the leader, but he blamed the people. Oh man, they wanted the golden calf. Well, you're the leader. You should have told them that's wrong. And they told I built it. So who's the leader? I was, so I gave them the ring, I did all this stuff.
It's their fault. That's not what leader does. Leaders take, because if you get lost, they say, hey, it's my fault you got lost because you was following me. They said, no, your fault we lost. I thought you was leading us. Yeah, it's your fault we lost. See? When the Muslim was alive, well, you didn't, they don't have anything because you, Elijah Muhammad led the nation. That's what, and when Elijah Muhammad stopped, that's what it says, when the nation was beheaded, to my John, didn't have a leader. So therefore, you came along and you never led it, you just bled it. You didn't lead, you didn't lead it. He didn't lead the nation, he bleed the nation. See, it wasn't led, it was bled by you. You're the bleeder, not a leader. But then you're going to blame them. When this was alive, we had, well, because Elijah Muhammad led, and you never did, because you're a demon. And put the money in your own pocket. And see what I think about you? He think, he pray Allah that worms eat your ass. Whoa. Oh, nice, loving Farrakon. He never lies. He never speaks bad language. He's so kind and loving. I hope the worms eat your ass, nigga. I pray Allah that your names eat your ass. No words. I pray Allah that worms eat your ass. Your path, you decide. Nobody's going to decide for you. We're going to get information, you decide.
One. Now after the death of Moses the servant of the Lord it came to pass, that the Lord spake unto Joshua the son of Nun, Moses' minister, saying, To Moses my servant is dead, now therefore arise, go over this Jordan, thou, and all this people, unto the land which I do give to them, even to the children of Israel. 3. Every place that the sole of your foot shall tread upon, that have I given unto you, as I said unto Moses. 4. From the wilderness and this Lebanon even unto the great river, the river Euphrates, all the land of the Hittites, and unto the great sea toward the going down of the sun, shall be your coast. 5. There shall not any man be able to stand before thee all the days of thy life, as I was with Moses, so I will be with thee, I will not fail thee, nor forsake thee. Six. Be strong and of a good courage, for unto this people shalt thou divide for an inheritance the land, which I swear unto their fathers to give them. 7. Only be thou strong and very courageous, that thou mayest observe to do according to all the law, which Moses my servant commanded thee, turn not from it to the right hand or to the left, that thou mayest prosper whithersoever thou goest. 8. This book of the law shall not depart out of thy mouth, but thou shalt meditate therein day and night, that thou mayest observe to do according to all that is written therein, for then thou shalt make thy way prosperous, and then thou shalt have good success. 9. Have not I commanded thee? Be strong and of a good courage, be not afraid, neither be thou dismayed, for the Lord thy God is with thee whithersoever thou goest. One. And it shall come to pass, when all these things are come upon thee, the blessing and the curse, which I have set before thee, and thou shalt call them to mind among all the nations, whither the Lord thy God hath driven thee, to and shalt return unto the Lord thy God, and shalt obey his voice according to all that I command thee this day, thou and thy children, with all thine heart, and with all thy soul. 3. That then the Lord thy God will turn thy captivity, and have compassion upon thee, and will return and gather thee from all the nations, whither the Lord thy God hath scattered thee. For if any of thine be driven out unto the outmost parts of heaven, from thence will the Lord thy God gather thee, and from thence will he fetch thee. 5 And the Lord thy God will bring thee into the land which thy fathers possessed, and thou shalt possess it, and he will do thee good, and multiply thee above thy fathers.
Okay, brother, see, that was the promise of the mess of covenant. The Farrakon, not the cursed Farrakon guy says, but raised pellets. He was in a wheelchair, pissing shit in a bag, wearing a jumpsuit, because they had to dress him. Let's talk about other things. He's going to tell you that. This Trump, first Trump, second Trump. First Trump will be Farrakon, he's warning you. Now, he's the messenger now. But I said, imagine the last one, right? That's what you're saying. What about the messenger coming? So to get it around now, all of a sudden, Farrakon's a messenger. Really. He's the first Trump. They got all that wrong too. Remember, they have not broken any seals, but after you've broken seals, know who has. You have no idea at all what the angel or Revelation is saying. That's what it says. You have no idea unless the seals are broken. If you have not broken the seals, which they have not, Elijah Muhammad never claimed to have done it, Master Muhammad never claimed to have done it, that means they have no idea what it's saying. Anyway, they're saying the second Trump is New Jerusalem. It's a city. No, it's not. It will not a city. It's 1 mile by 1 mile. How many people live in 1 mile by 1 mile? That's a new city. They're stupid. Somebody coming from the sky. No, they're talking that. This is the New Jerusalem, the Ark. But they would understand that. I'm not going to lie, detail about it, that's the Ark. This will take place after war, after Iran and Syria destroys. Syria's going to be revived, destroyed, take over the Middle East, and we return home because Iran and Syria is not coming here. So that means the elect, they leave out the lamb, so that means they're going to be there. The tribulation. Under the ark is the waters. See the calf, that's the golden calf. I'm going to leave it there. I'm not going to explain it. But that's the ark floating upon the waters, because they also, when you see calves, they're also the waters. So that means the waters of tribulation. So NRI will be in tribulation during this period of time when they return home, Iran and Syria is victorious, and 4 winds is blown. And the God, he's in control, and that Lamb high priest, he's high priest, Melchizedek. That's New Jerusalem. It's not the wheel. We're going to live on the wheel. They're so stupid. Even if it was possible, a mile by mile, how many people could live there? Enclosed in a wheel, no windows or anything? They're so stupid. Then Tekel. They have no idea what it means. Tekel. So Elijah told him, speak my words. And the words, Elijah couldn't know what Tekel is either, because it says that the book is sealed until the time of the end. So that's the book that the angel, Daniel and Angel are 2 books that work together. And both of them are sealed to the end. Those are books that's supposed to be here for this time now. You see? So they couldn't possibly know what it means unless the books are unsealed. It's only the Lamb will unseal them. So they don't know what Tekel means, but let me give you. Where Tekel comes from, I'm going to give you a short version. I got a presentation explaining it clearly. And he got it wrong. He said Belteshazzar. No, Belteshazzar was Daniel. He couldn't get that right. Belteshazzar was Daniel's name. Belshazzar was the king's name. Now I can identify what his king is. I'm not going to do it right here. But because he was in captivity, and Belshazzar was Lower Africa, where Belshazzar ruled. We was thrown in from Arabia into Africa. We was living in Morocco, Tunisia, Algeria. We was forced out of the Middle East. We were living on mostly the northwest coast of Africa, which you call Africa, which is really South Africa. So we was under control of Esau, if you will, Belshazzar. So it was in their kingdom. You understand? So this gets down to modern times, but anyway, see the difference here? B-E-T-E, B-E-E-L-T, but he's got E-L. That's the E-L here, T. So they weighed the two, because the final battle is between Belshazzar and Belteshazzar. That's it. Africa, Esau and Jacob. No, let me say joking real quick. You know, the thing is, they tell you, oh, Jacob is Yaakov. It's not. That's how stupid they are. Just because they have similar names, I don't mean the same person. Because God said he loved Jacob, maybe that's why I love white folks so much. He hated Esau. So if they demons, why he loved him so much? If Jacob is Yaakov, it says the time that he says is great time that we're in right now, time of Jacob's trouble, be delivered out of it. So if Jacob is Yaakov, that means the devil's going to be delivered, and we know it's going to be destroyed. It's all stupid. What the hell are they talking about? Jacob and Yaakov is two different. Jacob and Yaakov is not the same in the Bible. Names may be similar, it's not the same. Then you got down there about Thomas. I'm going to talk about Thomas one of these days. That's a deep one. Deep for me to try to explain. That's why I'm going to try to explain it. They tell you, just like Elijah, they call him Moses, but they actually tell you his real name. He was born with Elijah. They tell you what so-called Jesus' real name was. He was born with Thomas. That's another story altogether. I'm not going to that right here. That's what it's talking about. Because the battle was between who's going to take and control the earth. That's why the final battle. That's why it says, you've been waiting the balance. Found one thing, because Belteshazzar's got both. Belshazzar's got one. He's got E-L. Belteshazzar's got a T-E. Tekel, that's fulcrum. That's what it means. You're waiting the balance. The battle between the two brothers, Esau and Jacob. It says, Esau, you found wanting, but you Belshazzar. That's what it really means. Let me move on, brothers. They're so stupid over there. And then here's right here, showing here. That's what it means. Not a guess. And then over here, right? It's talking about, well, a man without hands, the new kingdom would be a stone kind of mountain, out of the mountain without hands. Ain't that what it say? Got the mountain without hands. Talking about Daniel again. They don't understand that. What does that mean, kind of mountain without hands? If you read the statue, read the statue. The statue everything got feet, got a butt, they got legs, they got head. Only thing it doesn't have is hands. So this is the kingdom that the stone is the gold stone we cut out of that because the gold stone was the original kingdom. Where's the gold? Right? Where's the silver? The silver represents Esau. I just tell you, Tekel, Belshazzar, they represent the original nation. Esau is the original nation too. Their older brother. That's the silver. Then you got the brass. See, that both Africa, both the top, lower and upper Africa, that's the gold and the silver. Lower, upper and lower Africa. Right? Shabazz and Levites. Still represents Levites. Gold represents, that's why you purify as gold and silver in Messianic covenant. Gold represents Shabazz. They're brothers. Then you got brass. Then you got iron. Now, why do you have that order? Because the brass and iron are similar to gold and silver in the same order. So that means you got the brass pretend it's gold. If you shine it real good, it might fool people to think it's gold. And you shine the iron real good, look at them, think it's silver. Because that silver you have ain't made of silver. You see, that's the showing deception there. That's why it's like that. So you got false Israel, they represents the brass. And Europeans represents the iron. See? Then you got the toes down there. And the two toes, the two big toes, I did that. I keep doing that. I'm going to leave it there, right? I keep doing it. No, it's okay. Anyway, I ain't going to tell you what I'm talking about. Anyway, it was iron mixed with clay. That means at the last kingdom, the two big toes would be Gog and Magog. America, Britain, the two kings that came out of the Dark Ages in chapter 20. It says there be two kingdoms that come out of the Dark Ages that will cover the whole earth. That's God. That's Europe. And there's only been two world powers. That's America and Britain. That's who Gog and Magog are. They're trying to tell you Gog is Russia. No, it was two. And it says Magog means the mother of Gog. Gog came out of Magog. Exactly what happened. They deceive you on that too. Gog and Magog is America and Britain. They're two toes on Daniel. And the rest is the leopard who has 4, right? Because you got 10 toes, right? So 1 toe is Gog, 1 toe is Magog, and then you got 8. So that's 11 head, 4 wings and 4 heads. That's the 8 altogether. That's the last kingdom on earth. The last kingdom will be the iron, the right, and it said the gold, the stone will come out, crush them. Will crush them. See, it was cut out with no round hands. That means kind of statue. And that's the kingdom that wasn't part of this kingdom because it was enslaved by this kingdom. It's going to crush all of them. The leopard as well as the, you understand? They get that wrong. They don't get anything right. It says it's total mad nightmare over there. Then we're going to talk about the Cadillac niggas. See, back in the day, all you wanted to be a big shot, you had the Cadillac. Really big shot. So niggas didn't know anything. He'd steal a Cadillac, he'd rip, he'd do anything, so drugs, anything to get a Cadillac. Then he get the girls and everything, I got a Cadillac. But ain't no shit. He couldn't spell Cadillac. He could tell him it's 5 times 5 divided by 5 is without a calculator, still probably couldn't figure it out. But you have a Cadillac. That's what you got now, these niggas out here. Wesley, Daniel, Eric, what's the other one? Eric, Silas, Ben X. See? Their Cadillac is, we got Elijah. See? They don't have Elijah. They just use his name. So I'm a big man, I got Elijah. Elijah taught unity, so why all y'all, if y'all all with Elijah, why y'all can't get along with each other? Why y'all got all these different groups? How can y'all not unite under Elijah's name? Because y'all trying to be a big man. I got a Cadillac. My Cadillac is gold, my silver. See, mine bounce up and down. Because they're all bullshit. They want to be a big man. They don't believe in any of that stuff. I got a Cadillac. They produce it, they're just using it. Move on. Here's your seal. Now he tell you, oh, the seal is just believing in Allah. Oh, really? Is that what Noah had to do? Is that what Lot and Abraham had to do? Run out of the city? No, they had to do something. He said, this was happened, this calamity, and what you got to do to, and he said, oh, you got to do just believe in FARRACON. Just believe in, now believe in, no. If you want that protection, you get the same protection Son of Man gets if you follow the same procedure. Obey the law. He said, oh, you just obey the law. You obey the law. Keep that law in your mind. Obey the law. And nothing will happen to you. Because it's about pressure. Discipline times energy equals power. The more discipline you have, the more energy you have, the more power you have. We were suffering from lack of power because we had no energy during energy deprivation by definition. But now we're getting energy. Every 50 years, we're getting a burst, and now we're on the precipice of getting another one any day now. So now we had discipline. We took discipline to get through the Holocaust. We took discipline to get through 400 years of this shit here. Those that had discipline got killed. We had discipline to put up with that. The stuff we had to put in, and our women, the stuff that was happening to our women, everything else, we couldn't protect. It took discipline to hold our tongue, and they catch who's wicked, we're stupid, we're weak. No. The angels were told to submit, so he did. They were strongest ones. They got a discipline. But that's why they'll come out the strongest, because they say, oh, the ones that fought back, okay. They were the strongest ones, right? Okay. And we see in a minute who's right. Who's going to be in power? It says, the meek shall inherit the earth. Why is the meek? Why should it be the strong? See, because they disciplined to be meek. See, you got things all backwards. You see the guy running around, well, in that case, the gorillas should be in control, shouldn't they? Shouldn't gorillas control the world? They're stronger than we are. Discipline. Apply that, and and you apply these principles I talk about in presentations, maybe I'll go through it one day this week and go to the detail, but you apply these and your power increases to the point where there's nothing they can do to you. Absolutely nothing. You walk through the furnace, not get burned. This is how they going against you, using this to nullify this. So let's look at the vision here. See, this is the vision that they put up to distract you, keep you from realizing who you are. This master promise is going to take this down. The vision unites us. It says in 48 to nullify the vision that Elijah Muhammad presented. And we're unifying us. This is what Master Muhammad is getting ready to do. Restore that vision and establish this vision. That's what's going to bring black folks start to come together. Once they get their eyesight back, right? Open their eyes. Realize where the enemies are. But right now, chaff mixed in with the wheat. So both are powerless. Somebody has to do this. There's separation. You got a truly great army. But they're going to be a great army too. Not extremely great. That's so-called locust war. It's going to take place in America. They're going to take America. They're going to fight. Take control of America. We can fight to leave. Fight for control. And they're going to accomplish it. The pure victory. But as soon as they conquer it, the ghosts can come rolling in and destroy them and everybody else in their path. That's the story of Samson. Destroyed America, destroyed, but he destroyed himself in the process. No weapon that's formed against you shall prosper. When you fight that discipline I just showed you, that's true. Don't need guns, tanks. You have weapons. Let's tell you have weapons, but you don't understand them. It's hard to tell them because all this hell is going over there. It's going to be a bloodbath. They know it's coming here. When they see false cities taken down, they know the time is up. America's under destruction, right? And people driving, if they hear the news, America just got defeated over there. False cities are under siege. People's heart, they're going to realize what that means. And if they're driving, someone's going to have heart attacks. There's been massive heart attacks in this country. I wouldn't be driving during that time if driving is possible. While the war is going on, driving should be possible. Once that war is over, I want you to be towards driving because the time in Europe will collapse and this will collapse right behind it. Total collapse. Because Armageddon will initiate. They will need everything they have for Armageddon in Europe. Massive heart attacks. You just driving and have a heart attack while you're driving. I'm going to close there, brothers and sisters. I'll see if I covered everything. Take a look. Mm-hmm. I've covered everything. Okay, brothers and sisters, let me walk a couple of things. Okay. Number one, this war is going to resume in a minute. It resumes to my king of north, king of south. They're going to devastate false Israel. And they're going to devastate America and Britain, their forces there. They're going to wipe their forces out. The ones that survive are going to leave with their ass on fire. They're going to. You think they would ran out fast out of Vietnam, Afghanistan? They'd be flying out of there. Because they're going to come with a missile barrage that you can imagine. And they, false Israel will try to, but will not be able to retaliate with nuclear weapons. Because Master Muhammad is involved. One in heaven, Michael and his angels. Michael is Master Muhammad. While that war's going on, it's going to be dramatic. First, false Israel going to be under siege. American Britain. Well, first, American Britain is going to be thrown out. Then that'll leave false Israel isolated and under siege. Totally under siege. Nothing coming in, nothing coming out. Remember, they depend upon everything. No water coming in, no food coming in. Everything they were doing to serve God's going to be on them in spades. Understand? Going to turn them in spades. Right? And so, they're going to try to use nuclear weapons, and Master Muhammad going to prevent that from happening. So they'll be under siege, and they're going to be starving. They're going to have, and the Palestinians are going to have control of them. They're going to have drones fly over it, so people can see. This is going to be on camera. And people are going to be starving there. They're going to start. It's like the Bible says, sons will eat their fathers, and fathers eat their sons. That means they, them eat their wives and their daughters. If fathers eat their sons, and sons eat their fathers, that means that them eat the father. That's where it'll be. It says it's going to be so bad, they're going to start drinking blood because they don't have no water to drink. They're going to be so bad that some are going to start eating their own flesh. That's what it's going to be like. They're going to be horrific. American Britain will have been thrown out under fire. A lot of them are wiped out. They're going to kill a lot of them on the way out, but the ones that escape are going to escape with their ass on fire. Literally. And over here, you have chaos because the Jews over here are going to go crazy. They're going to threaten. Remember all these what do you call people that control America, all that kind of stuff, the lobbyists, all that kind of stuff. They tell them, you got to go back there and help Israel. Trump is not going back. And they're going to say, if you don't, we're going to stop giving you money. We're going to close that industry because remember, they got Facebook is one. It's owned by a Jew. Now, these other things, corporations. These chairman boards, then we clear them. They threatened to close them down. Say, we remember they're going to have an economic collapse, but this precedes that. They're going to threaten the economy. Remember, this war is still going on. They're going to threaten the collapse now comes after the war's over. So they're going to threaten the economy. That's why it calls a plague of flies. They try to talk about flies they have no idea what to talk about. They're going to be threatening the economy. They're going to put the economy at risk because they're going to try to force Trump to go back there and help to save false Israel because Israel is down. They're starving. They're showing it's all over the. They're talking about genocide now. It's going to be worse over there. Man, it's going to be a world sea. They're going to be, you got it, and he won't do it because what he knows is that the Air Force, remember when they went to war, the Air Force involved. What happened to the Air Force? Because Master Trump, I'm going to take out their Air Force. See? And they can't tell American people that it was taken out by those planes. They can't tell them that. That would shake America. They got to tell Russia help Iran. They can't tell them. That's part of the reason why they're going the Armageddon, but they can't tell them. That's why he won't go because he knows he can't go there because he can't go there because those ships over there, Master Muhammad's there, they can't go there. He not going to send anybody over there. They know it's over there. And they're going to tell him, you better send it. And he's going to be this. And they're going to cause all kinds of economic control problems in America. Close down Facebook or whatever they're going to do with it. And all the other things that they control because they're minority, but they control so much stuff in America. That's why they're the plague of flies. The plague of flies is already going on right now. It's just going to become intense. Because right now, you see all the stuff going right now, the Jewish lobby and everything else. It's already, the plague of flies already started. Remember, the plague started in 2020. 1619 to 2019, 20 years. Don't get a shit Farrakon. I'm not Farrakon and Ishmael talk about. The 64 years before that was hidden. But they was officially turned to Negro bus. It took 64 years to turn it to Negro bus. That's Elijah Muhammad said. He called it Negro bus, but it took 64 years to formalize the slavery. But you start from 1619, not from 1492 or whatever. So the plagues will start in 2020, exactly on time. The first plague killed the firstborn. COVID was killed elderly, means the firstborn, and it was not killing us. It did not affect Black Africa. It did not affect Haiti. Anything the original people didn't affect them. They had some other kind of prior condition. It was wiping them out. That's another story together. That's one of the plague. The plague of flies also going on. Since October 2 years ago. Hey, doing genocide, you got to help America no matter what. Everybody's complaining, why is Israel clone America? See, that's the plague of flies. You see it. It's going to get really bad when they go on siege. They're going to close down their stores. They're going to cause all kinds of economic trouble. There's going to be backlash there, because now it's going to be a fight against them. It's going to be a race war here in America. It's going to be a race war, a religious war. On every front. Total chaos here. Okay. That's the plague of flies. Okay. So now America's kicked out. They run into Europe. The battle's going on between the Shia and the Sunni. Bloodbath. They overcome them. At that time, we're moving into the Middle East. They live from here. Tribulation going over here. What's let me back up a minute. I'm too far ahead of myself here. The war's still going on. So while the war's going on over here, right? They haven't attacked here yet. So they kicked out. They go into siege. Right? So the battle between the Shia and the Sunni will start while the war's going on. Right? So then, under siege, all the world seeing what's going on. And when they realize that evangelists and all these people over here realize that they can't be saved, that's when they say they're going to attack us, because everybody realized they're not true to Abraham. Because they wouldn't be in that, it wouldn't happen to them. And that's when they said they got to attack us. Okay. So they attack all blacks. That's the next stage. First stage is that war. America and Britain is going to kicked out. Syria's going to be on the siege. Iran and the Shia and the Sunni going after it. The Shia will be victorious. They control the Middle East. And during that time, Suleiman takes control of the NOI. And that's when they turn attention here. Suleiman uses the information, protects the NOI, protect them and sets the heads up, so they prepared for when they attack. They don't attack them in panic. And that's when attack comes, all black folks come together. Second stage, all black folks come together. Because they're being attacked by everybody. At that point, right, there's third stage, right? Come together. When they come together, that's when Suleiman's still here. Then he separates the demons. He separates the demons from the originals, the chaff from the wheat. Throw the chaff back out. That's the legion. Remember, the legion of the demons, they were thrown out. They wanted to be with the swine. They didn't want to leave. Second phase. So that's a war, but that's going to be a war between the demons and the saints. Battle. Throw their ass out. Once they're thrown out, right? That's when Suleiman and the elect are taken out by Master Muhammad to the Middle East. And the NOI, they left to go to tribulation. That means they war, that secondary war with the demons again. They were war with demons again, and they're also fighting with the devils. The devils are trying to keep them here. They're trying to get out. The demons are fighting with devils. They try to control America. So now you got a race war here, because you got all the blacks during that time, all blacks fighting they attack all the blacks. They unite, then they separate because they separate demons from the The light's on now, and then you recognize the demons, you kick them out. And also, you got Levites, no, not Levites, but you got Africans that's here on beasts and everything else that they go through Holocaust with us. But you got millions of them here. And they're going to be under attack too. But they're going to fight back. That's the 4 winds, they're going to fight back. So while they fight back, that's when we come together. The demons and the saints come together. While they fight back. See? They flee. Say flee. They come together. Then they separated. That's 4 winds. 4 winds cause them to come together. They separate then. Once that happens, right? Now you got a race war going on here. All whites against all blacks. All devils against all black saints. You got demons against the blacks and the demons against the devils. If that's the locust war. Then all the foreigners here, it says all the foreigners will be cast through. They cut down. Demons and the devils are going to kill all the foreigners and eat them. It says they're going to be total cannibalism here because the economy is going to collapse. Why is the economy collapse? Because at that point of time, remember, when they get killed in the Middle East, I'm trying to put this in an organized way. When they kill in the Middle East, they're going to run to Europe. America got tens of thousands of soldiers in Europe. They have many bases all over Europe. But Europe, once the war is finished in the Middle East, they'll be cut off from their oil supply, which they depend on 100% because they can't get from Russia anymore because they're in conflict with Russia. So the economy collapsed, like in chapter 18, the economy collapsed overnight. So the only way you can say the economy, they got to make nice with Russia, which they do. And that's why it says the Europeans are going to turn against America. So all your loves will turn against you. They're going to turn against America and ally with Russia because Russia's supplying them with fuel. America cannot do that because there's too much fuel. And plus, they can't live by plane. They have to live by boat. That means it takes months to get their people starving and frozen. So they make nice with Russia. And so now all American bases are under attack by the Europeans because they're at war with Russia. Russia and Europe are going to be at war. Russia's at war with America. Now, Europe going to be at war with America too because they ally with Russia. So now, Russia keeps the economy going by feeding on oil, and now America's got to go and protect their troops that are there. Because now they're under attack by European countries because they want to. Remember, they're on Russia's side now, so they're going to attack all American bases in their country. That's Armageddon. I keep telling you, Armageddon is a European war. Not a global war, it's a European war. That's Armageddon there. At the same time, Armageddon's here because you got the NOI, Levites fighting against demons. All the foreigners like the Indians and the Chinese, whatever's here, they're going to ally together, but it's not going to be enough. They're going to be killed and eaten. The economy's going to collapse here because America's got to accommodate all the oil and everything else because they got to fight the war in Europe. Armageddon. The total collapse here. No food. Said women going to eat their own children in secret. Right? They have to give birth to a child, give birth to secret, and eat it raw. That's how bad it's going to be. And there wouldn't be no unity. Trump's going to initially try to have a martial law. It's not going to work because it's going to be total collapse. There'll be no unity amongst the devils. Everybody free for all. Okay? Everybody be fighting everybody. One unity would be harsh type unity, a strong unity. NOI getting stronger and stronger every day as people wake up and start applying those principles. There'll be unity amongst the demons, not as strong as with NOI. Because they're going to be fighting to take America back from the devils. That's what it's going to look like in America. All the war going on in Armageddon. Okay? And then what happens? 5 months of that, demons, with FARRACON, he's not going to lead it. It's going to be another Martin Luther King type figure, preacher that's going to lead it, but he's going to be on the side with him. And they're going to take America. They're going to finally take it. At the same time, the NOI have made it to the West Coast in unity and Hajj. At that time, the Red Sea, that's what it means. It's on part. They made an agreement with Master Prophet Muhammad. If you read it back to chapter 17, it says, he put in their hearts to do this, attack the whore. You go after them, and we guarantee that they'll use nuclear weapons against you. That's the deal. So when the NOI run, let them pass. They let them pass. They're closing on Pharaoh's armies, which is part of the demons. Because remember, they got control of America at the time. And they get wiped out, and they come in and they tear America apart and nuke it. America, the only country nuked during the war. It will be not nuclear war. No nuclear war. That's the goal. That's China, India. It was totally devastate this country. Now during this time, remember, Trump, he's gonna have a terrible death. They're gonna turn on him. They're gonna work to Gaddafi, him and his whole family. That's what they're gonna do, because they're gonna blame him for everything. Terrible death. For that, he's gonna be pleading all the countries when they come in, help us. Remember, he's gonna ask South America, everybody, please help us. Nobody's gonna help him. That says in Daniel, it says no one will help him. He comes to his end and no one will help him. See, because he's been pissing on everybody. I'm going to take Greenland. I'm going to take Venezuela. I'm going to do all this stuff. And so now he's going to be begging everybody, come and help us, man. We're in trouble. And nobody's going to help him. He said, right? He will get to his end and no one will help him. He'll be begging, please help us. Nobody's going to help him. Right? They're going to come in and destroy it. England during this time would go on the way. They would destroy England on the way. They just blow that away out of the water. That's no story to get them. I can get to, bro. Since they're going on the way to America, they're going to totally destroy Magog of Britain, blowing up the maps. It's a hell of a country. They talk about the firstborn. They talk about firstborn in two ways: COVID and plus that one. What's going to happen, brothers and sisters? Then after that point, the two, that's what it says the horns was passed from the heads. Remember the goat? The dragon was head, 7 heads and 10 horns. And the crowns on the heads, that means European countries. But then it got transferred to the horns, would be China, India, because America and Britain they've been destroyed. So now the power shifts to China, India. There's another beast that had 10 horns and 7 heads, but didn't have any crowns at all. That represents Africa, if you understand the situation. Anyway, it says they will go to war with the Lamb with 10 horns. Because now the Lamb has control of the Middle East. Remember I said they want to get control of it because their economy is based on that. He will overcome them. He won't destroy them. He defeat them, though. That's going to turn all towards Africa. And that's where it will be destroyed by Obama and the African kings. He'll be the control, the whatever you want to call it. So at that point, once America's gone, that's the ram. Go with the ram with 2 horns, American Britain, God and Magog. That's gone. Israel's gone. In most horrific ways. Right? Ishmael, they kicked out of the Middle East. The bloodbath there. Right? The power of the holy people had broken. Once that's right? Now you got China, India, and Africa. They're the world powers. We're a powerhouse, but we're in the Middle East. We bound anybody. We're at peace. So if you see them at home at peace, we're at peace. Led by Master Muhammad, he's the king. High priest Suleiman, the Lamb. At peace. Right? And then the goat and the bear get into it. The goat and the bear is in Africa, and it goes to China, they get into it. Because the goat's still trying to get traction. He's got to get oil and everything. And if you saw someplace, can't get it from Arabia anymore, can't get it from America, so they got to get it from Africa. Africa ain't having it. So there they go. They get a war. They defeat it. So now you only got two world powers: Lower Africa and Upper Africa. That's the sequence of events, brother. Says that's the last war. They attack us. We're going to control the planet. Right? Now, these last thing, brother. Says talk about the spring. We're in the winter season, 6,000 years. We're moving to the transition spring season. There's going to be resistance because the devils, right? They are winter people. The whole system is based on winter. But when spring comes in, there's no trace of winter left. Global warming, all that stuff, that's spring stuff coming in. But it's against them because it's warm, I'm not going into details, but that's what's happening. So they're going to resist. That's why it's going to be a time of trouble like you've never seen before. They're going to do everything they can to keep the spring from coming in because spring is their destruction. They're trying to convince you they hate spring too, but you're summer people. See, you're summer people. But Master Muhammad and his angels, they're spring people. See, he's half and half. Master Muhammad's half winter and half summer. He's spring. So they'll rule for the next 6,000 years because the spring coming in, the winter was 6,000 years, now spring's over 6,000 years. So Master Muhammad will rule for the next 6,000 years. The spring will rule, but we'll be comfortable because we can deal with the spring, right? We love winter, we love summer, but we can deal with the spring. So he's going to rule. And then the summer comes in 6,000, it'll be a peaceful transition. Then Shabazz will have control again. Shabazz try to have control again. And then we rule forever from there. He's a transition God. Understand? That's why it's half. That's why that's like that. That's so-called Levite. Syria and Iran. Remember, they're saying things like Master Muhammad. The original on the paternal side and Caucasian on the maternal side. That's why they look white. The original people. They're spring people too, and transition between the two. So they'll rule for the next 6,000 years. But we'll be comfortable under that rule because we like the spring. We love the summer, but we like the spring. We hate the winter. There'll be no trace of winter anymore. It's just simple as that, brothers and sisters. We understand. I'm in control of all that stuff. That's evidence of spring coming in. All this AI stuff and all that stuff, that's evidence of spring. We bring that in. They lose control of it. They lose control of us. That's why America's going through all this trouble, because they lose control, so they're trying to maintain control. That's why it could be a war like you've never seen before, because all these people, the winter people, is trying to maintain winter. They do everything they can to maintain, because they know their destruction comes, the spring comes in full. That's the resistance we have. They're going to be after the spring people. They say, well, we can't destroy the spring. Let's destroy the spring people. You understand? As simple as that. That's what's happening. It's not going to work out that way. That's it. Make all things new. See, that was the subject today. What happens when spring comes in? Doesn't it make all things new? It said, the former things will not be remembered. Isn't that what it says? So you don't remember when no more when spring comes in, do you? And spring, all things new, because all things that was in the winter are gone. All the winter stuff was gone. There's no trace of winter in the spring. That's what they're talking about. They would say, we'll make all things new. They don't know what the hell they talking about. But spring is coming in. And we're going to high tech. You think this technology, remember, for 6,000 years, they was living horse and buggy. So all of a sudden, all this technology, because spring is coming in. We bring, that's us bringing that in, but they want you to know that. That's us bringing it in. And Master Muhammad did show with a white magic carpet. He showed up with a super technical vehicle. They said they're millions of years ahead. That means we're going to be super technical. We're going to be traveling the universe. You better get your head out your ass and start studying science, start studying mathematics, start studying physics, start studying pressure. Because that's a new world we're coming. That's a sign. It's not we going down horse and buggy, living caves with super technology, more than you can imagine. See, but they lose control of it. But we bring it in. That spring they're trying to control, they can't. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. Leave it there. Assalamu alaikum.
We have a lot of that going on, but we're taking care of our farmers. We can't let our farmers not have anybody, these people, you can't replace them very easily. People that live in the inner city are not doing that work. They're just not doing that work. And they've tried, we've tried, everybody tried. They don't do it. These people do it naturally. I said, what happens if they get it to a farmer the other day? What happens if they get a bad back? He said, they don't get a bad back, sir, because if they get a bad back, they die. I said, that's interesting, isn't it?
Well, you heard that. Donald Trump is a believer in eugenics. He believes that white people are the superior race. And inner city is code for black people. And he believes black people cannot now work on the farms. I guess they're not good enough for that. So Hispanic people can do it because they have the backs for it. This is what this man is saying out loud in interviews. He is a racist. It's been proven time and time again. The man had Mein Kampf on his bedside table that he would read at night. Enough to let you know where he stands on that. Just more outrageous, racist things from Donald Trump. They want to arrest those who can do the farm work well until their backs give out. And then he'll probably ship them to El Salvador or some other country. Just more vile statements from the president and let you know where he stands.
When they were arresting people for praying outside of abortion clinics. I mean, I do think the UK, and I say this as, someone who is half English, I think it's like reached, or it is quickly reaching a point where democratic reforms are going to be pretty tough because of the demographic change. And that, of course, the point of importing all these people is to overwhelm the people who live there who disapprove of the program. So you don't have to care what they think because you just bring in new people and their will becomes like all that matters. And so I don't think you're going to fix these things through elections at some point, probably pretty soon. And I just worry a place like the UK, Canada is another, a bunch of different countries in the West are at the point where they're literally revolutionary. They are poised for revolution. And as someone who really doesn't support revolution and hates violence and hates civil war above all, I'm worried about that. I mean, I don't see how this is fixed. Starmer, who's, he's just an instrument of larger forces, but he's a poisonous character, obviously, who's really hurt your country. He's in there for 4 more years? And so you wonder, people are going to start to get really radical in a scary way. I think this is going to happen. And the people in charge don't seem to care.
Well, you're already seeing it. You are seeing the anger beginning to manifest itself. And I completely understand the anger. I don't like you. I abhor any form of violence. But I do understand the anger when you have, Keir Starmer campaigned, I'm going to smash the gangs that allow these little boats to come over the channel, delivering tens of thousands of people illegally into the country. And they then get put into these so-called asylum hotels where they're given a pretty good lifestyle, certainly a far better lifestyle than many people really struggling at the moment in the UK. And of course, far from smashing the gangs, it turned out yesterday that he's smashing new records for the number of people coming in illegally on the boats. Of course. It's out of control. And the British public are reaching a point of saying, we are done with people coming in illegally and being treated better in a more comfortable and more luxurious manner than we treat our own people.
Well, the whole point is to humiliate and degrade the indigenous population of the British Isles, the white population. I mean, that's the whole point. And are they really going to do something about it? What would that be exactly? legally
are
and
reaching
legally.
a point of saying we are done with people coming in illegally and being treated better in a more comfortable and more luxurious manner than we treat our own people.
Well, the whole point is to humiliate and degrade the indigenous population of the British Isles, the white population. I mean, that's the whole point. And are they really going to do something about it? What would that be exactly? You'd really have to force a lot of people to go back to their countries of origin, millions of people, and you need to do it really soon. And are they actually willing to do that? I don't know, but these are existential questions that we have been browbeat into ignoring for decades. But the question is like, is Ireland Ireland? If it's majority non-Irish, oh, shut up, they're Irish. No, they're actually not Irish. Same with the UK, same with England, Scotland, Wales. Like, it's all changing so fast. Nothing like this has ever happened in all of history, except when, say, the Mongols swept across the steppe and raped everybody. Like, that was true demographic change on this scale. But even that wasn't as profound as what we're seeing in every white country around the world. I would say the West, but Australia and New Zealand also. So, like, what is that? Now, my brain is not big enough to understand what that is. I have a lot of theories about it, but I don't know if they're true. All I know is what the numbers are, and that's real, and no one feels that he can say it. Everyone's like, oh, well, if that were happening in China or India or Malaysia or Senegal, it doesn't matter. You'd be like, what the hell is that? Like, the population's totally different. Look at graduation. Pick, I don't know, King's College Law School, and look at the graduation picture for the last 30 years. Who's in it? Just like, let your eyes tell you the truth for once. Like, this is a total change in population. Is it better? Is it worse? Can't have that conversation. Who's pushing this? Does the population want it? The population clearly doesn't want it. There's no polling that's meaningful on the subject. I mean, there's no referendum on it. You don't get to decide. You've got no voice in it, other than you get to go to jail if you complain loudly enough about it. What is this? I think it's the biggest and darkest thing that has happened in the last 1,000 years, for sure. And I think it's leading somewhere really, really bad. It's not happening by accident, that's obvious, because it's only happening in white countries.
I mean, I think that...
Oh, shut up, white supremacist. Well, in fact, I'm not a white supremacist. I'm just noticing what the hell's going on.
I think most people I've spoken to about this in the UK, most people have always viewed the UK to be a very tolerant, multicultural, cosmopolitan place to live. That's why so many people want to come here. And people have no problem with that. And it's been very successful for a long period of time.
But it's multicultural? What does that mean?
We have a lot of different people from different countries, different cultures, and it's always worked historically.
So is Sharia law in a multicultural country, is Sharia law... What does that mean?
We have a lot of different people from different countries, different cultures, and it's always worked historically.
So is Sharia law in a multicultural country, is Sharia law every bit as valid as English common?
No, people don't want Sharia law here. No.
A lot of people do. Wait, but hold on. I don't know what you mean. Multiculturalism itself is a lie designed to subvert a society. No, a society has a culture. You can argue about what it is or ought to be. It's not necessarily the same as race. It's connected to race, but it's not the same. People from different races can buy into your culture. That was kind of the beauty of the West. But a multicultural society is not sustainable. There's never been such a thing. Is one culture will dominate.
Hang on, Tucker. Surely the United States of America, given the very way it was created, is the epitome of a multicultural society. And my point I was going to make to you was...
It's absolutely not. No. It's a multiracial society.
Yeah.
Though it was not actually a multiracial society up until pretty recently. It was just like 90% white for most of its existence, but whatever. But you did have different peoples, you had different religions. That was all totally fine, but there was one culture, as American culture. There's no such thing as a multicultural society. It's not sustainable. One culture will overwhelm the other. Again, it's not the same as race. It's not identical to race. It's connected, but it's not the same. But multiculturalism is by definition insane. No, it's never happened. It never will happen. One culture will predominate. It will impose its values on everybody else. I mean, the gay thing, which was not a thing 40 years ago, gay was a slur, all of a sudden becomes multiculture there. There's one culture, and it's required. And that's true in every society, because a culture is a commonly agreed upon set of values, which in their firmest form are called laws.
But those values can evolve.
This is true everywhere.
But those values can evolve.
Of course they evolve, but there's only one set of them. It's not multicultural. There's one set. You worship one God in every society. Sorry.
Your country's values were established by the United States Constitution, and and that's had, 26, 27 amendments, right? So your own values, as determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing time.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. That's natural. It's natural that people's views evolve.
So the culture changes.
Once you start rejecting the laws of nature, then you're doomed. But let me just say, no, of course, societies change. I get it. All I'm saying, I'm making a very discrete, specific point, which is multiculturalism as an idea is laughably stupid. It has never worked. We never had it anywhere, and it never will exist because it's contrary to human nature. One culture, one way of looking at things, one worldview will predominate, and it will punish all who deviate from it. That is the nature of societies. So if you're telling me it's
determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing time.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. That's natural. It's natural that people's views evolve.
So those values can evolve.
There's one culture, and it's required. And that's true in every society because a culture is a commonly agreed upon set of values, which in their firmest form are called laws.
But those values can evolve.
This is true everywhere.
But those values can evolve.
Of course they evolve, but there's only one set of them. It's not multicultural. There's one set. You worship one God in every society. Sorry.
But your country's values were established by the United States Constitution, and that's had, 26, 27 amendments, right? So your own values, as determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing time.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. Natural that people's views evolve.
So the culture changes.
Once you start rejecting the laws of nature, then you're doomed. But let me just say, no, of course, societies change. I get it. All I'm saying, I'm making a very discrete, specific point, which is multiculturalism as an idea is laughably stupid. It has never worked. We never had it anywhere, and it never will exist because it's contrary to human nature. One culture, one way of looking at things, one worldview will predominate, and it will punish all who deviate from it. That is the nature of societies. So if you're telling me it's multicultural, we can all live and have radically different values, that's just not true. It's never been true. It never will be true. So you're having one culture, one worldview predominate over another and dominate and suppress all dissent. That's just what it is, dude.
But
Let's be honest.
I would point to the United States of America and the United Kingdom as two shining examples, albeit not completely without their flaws, but shining examples of places that are deemed by the rest of the certainly feel that about my country.
Well, I certainly think that inherent in Christianity is the notion of tolerance, and that draws from a core Christian concept, which is free will. You cannot force someone to convert. There's never been conversion by the sword in Christianity. People decide to believe in it. And so that is central to the religion, therefore it's been central to the society. Western civilization is Christian civilization. And so we call that tolerance. It's a respect for your inherent God-given right to make a choice about what you believe. Okay, so of course, that's always been a feature. My only point is, a society has a commonly agreed upon set of beliefs, rules, and laws that are the definition of the society itself. That's what a society is. So you can't have competing. You can't have, gay world and Sharia world living co-equally in a society. That does not happen. It will never happen. You have to pick one. Are we the Sharia society? Are we the party time gay rights society? Which one? And you can't face that reality. So you're just sort of snoozing along until the inevitable point where you're going to wake up and be like, my values have no bearing on what our society is anymore, because we've been invaded by other people with a totally different worldview, and they're now in charge. And that day is coming very soon for your country, and maybe it'll improve it. I don't think the UK could be a lot worse than it already is. It's this kind of disgusting, sad, self-hating, suicidal island that was once great. It kills me to see it as a half English person, but that day is coming. It will change. You will either decide to be Western or Eastern. That's a choice that we're all going to face. I don't want to face that choice, but it's being foisted upon us by the architect. That's a choice that we're all going to face. Suicidal island that was once great. It kills me to see it as a half English. That day is coming. It will change. You will either decide to be Western or Eastern. That's a choice that we're all going to face. I don't want to face that choice, but it's being foisted upon us by the architects of mass migration. Sorry.
I would question your characterization as my country as a sad, disgusting, what was the rest of it, suicidal nation. I feel none of those things. I feel very happy to be in the United Kingdom, and I feel that there are lots of very happy.
Our system, the Western system, which is very distinct from the Eastern system, very distinct, and it's distinct on this one precise point, we believe, and have always believed since this country was founded, since your country became, not a pure monarchy, but even when it was a pure monarchy, the belief in the West, because of Christianity, was the worst thing you can do is punish the innocent. That's the worst thing you can do. That's worse than not punishing the guilty. And we often said that to each other. We no longer say that because there is a pretty concerted effort to blur the meaning of these terms. But I'm not going to be deterred from defining words precisely. Terror is murdering people, killing people, punishing people who committed no crime. Period.
So when the Israeli government says it has repeatedly that even though over 20,000 completely innocent children are believed to have died in their response to what Hamas did on October the 7th at the hands of the IDF, there are many on the pro-Palestinian side who say that Israel is behaving like terrorists too in the way that they have gone about conducting this war. Would you go as far as to say that?
One of the things that I really object to now is this relentless focus on Israel, which, by the way, is a foreign country that I have nothing to do with.
We've done this before. Now, maybe today things are different, and we will end up living in a nation that is sharply divided and may ultimately produce something else. But I'm an American. I love my country. I want to see it stay together. I'm interested in social cohesion, which means that I think our laws, customs, and culture have to be dominant. We can accept some diversity on the edges, but not fundamental division. I think we're in a state of fundamental division. So when I bring up Sharia law, I've sat in many discussions with many people that said, well, I don't care what people look like, but I do care about Sharia law, and I don't want that practiced anywhere near my family or in my country. And that's something you should be aware of. So the notion that someone can come here and say, well, that's part of my religion and we're going to abide by Sharia law, they're going to find serious resistance and opposition in the country.
And as I clarified,
It's because it matters. It's this thing we call societal cohesion. Nations do not exist on their own. They have a core population. Our core population from the very beginning was always at least 80% European and Christian and about 15 to 20% African. But when you start bringing in huge numbers, millions, who are fundamentally different from the core population, you are going to get violence, anger, and conflict. How many times have you heard people say, if you bring people in from the developing world, what do you get? The developing world. And now we've got that. You can't bring in hundreds of thousands of people from Somalia, plant them, of all places, in Minnesota, and then be shocked that, no, they're not Americans. They're not really interested in being Americans. They're foreigners living on American soil. Nobody wants to say that publicly. If you do, oh, well, you're a racist. Well, you know, the world is full of racists. The real war that's going to decide our fate is not going to be fought anywhere overseas. It's going to be fought right here inside the United States. Are we going to survive as a republic, as an English-speaking republic that rests on the foundations of Western civilization? Or are we going to become something else?
One point that is
The Constitution was completed in 1789. I think we had 5 million people living in the 13 British colonies. We were 90% white, that is excluding the Africans who were in the country who had been brought here as slaves. But we were 90% white. We were 90% Protestant. And this may be hard for you to believe, but the people that wrote that were trying to protect all of the Protestant sects from a state church on the model of the Church of England and the Roman Catholic Church. That's one of the reasons it was almost 100 years or more after that before people began to finally accept Catholicism as a religion, because it was viewed as political power. My point to you is the Constitution is outdated. The way we are governed is outdated. It has to be re-examined. Nobody in 1789 imagined that anybody would come to the United States except another lunatic, religious fanatical Protestant who hated the Church of England. That's what people feared. That's what they thought of. The Constitution that we have does many good things, but I would argue that the Bill of Rights is ultimately more important. The Bill of Rights is vital and essential, and that needs to be defended. But the Constitution and the way we govern and the things that we're doing, it's out of date. It doesn't fit our needs. And that's back to my comment on something given has no value. You have to earn it. And we haven't made anybody earn their place in this country. I'm talking about people like me that have been here forever. My first ancestor stepped off the boat in 1681. So we've got to get back to some notion of national service, because national service promotes national integration. It addresses some of these problems that you're discussing. Now, I know that you may not want to conform and may not want to be as I am, but I'm an American and nobody questions that. Nobody ever will. If you don't want to stand out and be questioned, then I suggest that you change your appearance, because I don't think it's life or death for you to wear what you wear.
I think this conversation.
It's not fine, because it's leading to violence that could have otherwise been avoided. You see, every great nation, every large nation can always accept some number of people into its ranks that are different from them. It's always been the case. But if you suddenly import millions, which is what's happened here and happened in Europe, then you threaten the core gene pool. What I'm trying to tell you is there's a problem. And we can all pretend that there isn't, and you can insist there isn't, but that's the view. And I think it's incumbent upon all of us to address it truthfully and openly. Stop pretending it's not a problem. It's a problem.
I mean, what's also a problem is white supremacy, and that's
no, because of you're saying you're different, you're going to remain different, and you don't think that if that's not compatible with being an American, then the hell with it. That's what you're going to do.
Well, then what do you make then of, white American people who convert, let's say, to Islam and choose to cover? Are they not American anymore?
Listen, if they want to do that, that's obviously their business. I don't know how many are out there that do that. I think again, it's ill-advised. I think you have to hold the society together. There has to be an agreement on certain things, customs, culture, way of life. And unfortunately, if you're going to practice rigidly a brand of Islam that demands certain things, and this is why I asked right off the bat, do you support Sharia law?
I'm a Muslim. What being a Muslim means is I follow the guidelines of my religion, which is a peaceful. Does your religion
dictate to you Sharia law?
My religion dictates to me to be a good human being, to be good to my neighbors, to
that the most powerful force in today's Republican Party is represented by what Charlie Kirk said. It is this drive to make America a white Christian nation. I got to tell you, this is what they say privately. This is now what they say publicly. This is what Charlie Kirk said publicly.
And Joe, again, one of the reasons I wanted to have you on, because
You know these people very, very well. Yeah. You said it yourself. You were one of the strongest voices. You were one of the folks who understood the incendiary language when you were in Congress, when you had your radio show, and how people loved when you did it. And then when you chose to apologize for that and turn away from it, oh my God, they literally have just tried to destroy you because of that.
Yeah, again, you know the deal, Roland, right? I came out publicly against Trump 7 years. For 7 years, I put up with death threats on a regular basis. Nobody is welcome in that party unless you bow down to what this force is, this MAGA force. And again, look, there have been some people on the left who've celebrated Charlie Kirk's murder. Shame on them, be better people. But this is much worse, Roland, what my former friends are doing on the right, because they are turning this into a holy war. When you say we declare war on the left because of what some 22-year-old young guy did in Utah, and then you declare war on the whole left, that's a lot worse than celebrating Charlie Kirk's murder, because that's dishonest, but that's also inciting hate and violence. And Roland, look, Trump's an idiot. So yeah, Trump says the left, the problem in the country is the left. J.D. Vance is not an idiot. What did J.D. Vance say today, right? He was subbing for Charlie Kirk on his radio show, and he spent the entire show going after the left, going after them, they, them. Man, Democrats need to wake up, Roland. This is a really serious deal by my former colleagues. The stuff that I hear privately from them right now, Roland, for the last 5 days, I mean, they want to go to war. This is a holy war.
Oh, it absolutely is. And what really jumps out at me on this very thing here, Joe, and I've been saying this, I played the speech 2 weeks ago that mainstream media just ignored, of Missouri Senator Eric Schmidt, who gave a speech at NatCon, Peter Thiel's group, where he literally gave a white nationalist speech, where he said our ancestors fought for this country to be ours and no one else. He was talking about white people. He was basically saying if you are Black, Latino, Asian American, or even Native American, America is not for you. And folks just ignored it. And so people need to understand, again, what they're saying, why they're saying it. And yes, there are many evangelicals, any very conservative white Christians who are pushing this as well. And you nailed it. They want a holy war. They want a race war. They want this to be a white country. It is clear as day.
And Roland, really important point. Charlie Kirk at only 31, the impact he had, because he was one of the most successful pushers of this white Christian nationalistic idea. And so I think that's why all of his defenders are out there so strenuously denying he said anything divisive, because they know if you really go through Charlie Kirk's public record, everything he said about people of color and Black women and Muslims and gays and transgenders, if people took the time to go through all of that, and that was put out for average people to see, they'd be blown away by it. That's why his defenders are like supercharged right now. They don't want that record to be seen.
Today, you mentioned, and I mentioned as well, Vice President J.D. Vance sitting to do his show. And listen to this man just blatantly lie, Joe. Play it.
I read a story in The Nation magazine about my dear friend, Charlie Kirk. Now, The Nation isn't a fringe blog. It's a well-funded, well-respected magazine whose publishing history goes back to the American Civil War. George Soros's Open Society Foundation funds this magazine, as does the Ford Foundation and many other wealthy titans of the American progressive movement. The writer accuses Charlie of saying, and I quote, "Black women do not have brain processing power to be taken seriously." But if you go and watch the clip, the very clip she links to, you realize he never said anything like that. He never uttered those words. He made an argument against affirmative action as a policy. He criticized a specific Supreme Court justice as an individual. He never said anything about black women as a group. He made an argument for judging people of all races and backgrounds by their own individual merits.
Bullshit.
Okay, Joe, this is actually what he said.
No, Roland, that's utter bullshit.
In fact, you know, if we would have said 3 weeks ago, Blake, if we would have said that Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called the racist. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. Play cut 52.
But I rise today as a clear recipient of affirmative action, particularly in higher education. I may have been admitted on affirmative action, both in terms of being a woman and a woman of color.
All right, Joe. He literally said it. Not only that, Vance lied. Soros does not fund the nation. So he sat there and flat out lied.
And Roland, remind me, what's J.D. Vance's job? He's the vice president, and yet he had time today to do a radio show for a former right-wing podcaster. I mean, look what they're not even, Roland, they're not even subtle about it, what this White House is doing. They believe, man, the path to victory is fear, hate, and division. And that's what they're putting out there. That was Charlie Kirk literally going after 4 accomplished black women by saying they didn't have the brain power to get where they got. This is what he believed. And this is what MAGA believes. And that, again, Roland, broken record, that's why Charlie Kirk was so damn successful, why he had such a big audience.
Yeah, and not only that, you take Nick Fuentes, who's to the right of Charlie Kirk. The night of or the day after Kirk was shot and killed, Fuentes had 200,000 people watching him live. And so what you have this fervor. And so when I listen to Trump and Vance and all of these people talk about, how the left, they're indoctrinating. No, and you know this very well, the indoctrination. We've had people who formerly with Turning Point USA put out videos talking about how it was really this cult-like figure, this messianic figure, as they sort of set Kirk up as, and how they want them to follow that. And so that's what's going on here. These people are not trying to have open dialogue. And not only that, Joe, you take Trump, okay? Trump was very clear in saying he was not going to call Governor Tim Walz after those 4 folks were shot in Minnesota. 2 were killed, including former Speaker of the House and her husband. Now today he's saying, he never even heard of Melissa Hortman, and if the governor had asked him, he would have, of course, lowered the flags to have staff. I'm sorry, he's also lying. He knew about her. He knew about the shooting, but he was so arrogant that he said, 2 Democrats, a Democrat Speaker of the House shot and killed. Yeah, I don't care, but lower the flags to have staff with Charlie Kirk, fly his body on Air Force Two, do a memorial service at the Kennedy Center, do another one at the Arizona Cardinal Stadium, give him the Medal of Freedom, and I'm telling you, they're going to give him a state funeral. That's what you're seeing right now. And then you got Peter Hegseth going after members of the military who said anything negative in the aftermath of his death. You've got Kirk supporters creating a database of people of every social media post, and then even Van said in the podcast, you call their employer. So the so-called free speech people all of a sudden are saying, if you say anything negative about Charlie Kirk after what took place last week, we're going to come after you, come after your job. Oh, I thought they hated cancel culture, Joe.
Yeah. Roland, I remember back in my right-wing radio days, I would come on every day, and there was always some story about some leftist group on a college campus that couldn't handle speech that made them uncomfortable
to say.
Roland, this is scary, and you and I are old enough, man, to remember huge figures in American history who were gunned down, struck down, military leaders, civil rights leaders. We are treating this 31-year-old podcaster, MAGA influencer, like he's Jesus Christ. So I come from the right. Why are my old colleagues and friends on the right doing this, Roland? Because the right wants a religious war. Let's just call it. They want a civil war. They want a holy war. That's why they're putting him up to be some Jesus-like martyr.
Absolutely. I mean, Glenn Beck literally came out and said he was a civil rights leader. Oh, my God, stop it. Stop it. I've seen people say, I've seen a lot of these videos, I'm leaving my church because my pastor did not mention him. This was a Christian warrior. And let's just be clear. You said it, white Christian nationalists. It's slaveholder religion. We heard a lot of this stuff during slavery, during Jim Crow, things along those lines. And this whole idea about, it was about debate. It was about, exchange of ideas. I mean, come on, let's just stop it. And so we see what's going on here. We see the games that are being played. And then what gets me, Joe, is this whole deal of, oh my God, the left, how they indoctrinated him and the accused killer going to a university. The dude was at a university for one semester, Joe. You're trying to tell me that one semester at a mostly white institution in Mormon, Utah, which is not a liberal bastion, somehow just radicalized him? I mean, it really is showing folks of the hand they're trying to play.
Yeah, and I think even on top of that, Roland, I think it was like some technical school. So it wasn't some crazy liberal arts school for a semester. Look, cut through all the BS. The Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, has publicly said that America should be a white Christian country. This is what animates my former party. Roland, you know me, right? Tea Party Hellraiser. I don't come from the left. I left the Republican Party when the Republican Party became MAGA. And my fellow Democrats and folks on the left need to understand, now these people are on the right. Now this is MAGA. MAGA now are the snowflakes. MAGA, Roland, they now need their safe spaces. It's funny, but it's not funny. And you're right about J.D. Vance, man. He just flat out lied. I mean, the last 30-year history of political violence in this country, the vast majority of it is right-wing. It always has been. And they put out this lie that it's only on the left. It's not even, Roland, a both sides problem between the left and the right. There is political violence on the left, but the vast majority is on the right, and they know that, and they're lying because they're trying to inflame their base. And Roland, I hear from their base every day, and let me tell you something, they are inflamed. I mean, they are ready to march and grab their you-know-what. This is a scary time.
It is, and folks need to understand what is certainly at stake. Joe Walsh, I appreciate you joining us on the show.
History of the cross, known by their works. What's the history of the cross? 500-year history of the cross. Murder, rape, destruction, deception, enslavement, burning, terrorizing. To maintain a slavery system, you must terrorize the people 24/7. They terrorize people from Africa and America for 400 years. Constant terror, 24/7. Rape, murder. In the name of Jesus. This was Christians, not Buddhists, not Hindus. Christians, in the name of Jesus, where they said Jesus cursed black people, they call them Ham, cursed them to be slaves and persecuted forever. In the name of Jesus, raped our women incessantly, pissed in our mouths, made us eat shit. And they took and tried to clean it up, not clean it up, but make it look more fashionable, I guess, by calling it chitlins. That's after slavery, of course, after so-called slavery. Because what was into it was not slavery. Look up slavery. Look up slavery. It does include murder, rape, terror. This is a Holocaust. And then now they try to downplay it. Oh, that was 40 years ago. No, it wasn't 40 years ago. I don't care if it was a million years ago. It was 40 years ago. It lasts for 400 years. As they're doing today. They took everything away from the slaves. Everything. Their name, their culture, their families, their religion, their minds, everything. Fed their children to alligators as alligator bait. And then they talk about what's going on in Gaza when they did 1,000 times worse. What's going over in Gaza now is simply just a miniature version of what they did. What they did was far worse than what's going on in Gaza. Gaza's bad. It's genocide. What they did was far worse and much longer. That's the legacy of Christianity. Murder, rape, disease. They wiped out the native population with genocide and disease. Smallpox blankets, knowing they was forward disease, herpes, syphilis, gonorrhea from sleep with animals. So-called common cold was not common. Didn't exist here on this side of the world until they brought it here. Murder, rape. When they was raping out women, there was a cross hanging from their neck. And again, they taught blacks that this was God's will. God's will. Enslavement of our people. And they continue on even today. That's the legacy of Christianity, the cross. So where's your rap sheet? Every time they arrest one of our people, your rap sheet. What's your rap sheet? How are you going to judge people for murder when you're guilty of murder beyond imagination for hundreds of years? Hundreds of years. Theft. You stole this land and murdered its people. And you crushed the native people here. When the Braves would go out hunting, you would come into the camps like cowards and kill the women and smash the children's brains out on the hooves of your horses. This is the legacy of Christianity. That's the legacy of it. The question is, if instead of Columbus coming here, Dracula came here, Beelzebub, Wolfman, Frankenstein, Satan, and they all came instead of Columbus. What could they have done that Columbus and those that followed him did? Satan is the God of this world. That's the God they're serving. So they have known him by their works. What are the works of Christianity? What are the works of Christianity? Where's the works of Christianity? Evil, deception, mischief, bloodshedding. It goes on today. And what's going on in Gaza, just reflection and microcosm of what was done here in America for hundreds of years. Raped out women incessantly. They would even rape while they was out in the fields picking cotton. They would jump off their horse and tell them to bend over and rape them. And tell them to keep picking cotton while they was doing it. This is the kind of stuff that they would do. Make one slave defecate and slave in the mouth of another slave, and then bound it up so they couldn't spit it out for 7 days. That's a legacy of slavery. You did it all in the name of Jesus. That's a legacy of slavery. Legacy of slavery. 40 years plus. Legacy of Christianity. Legacy of the cross. That's the legacy. That's the true legacy. So whose works are those? Who are you serving? Who are you serving? The legacy of the cross. What's your rap sheet, America? Gog? What's your rap sheet, Magog? Britain? What's your mateship? What's your rap sheet? Antichrist, false Israel? What's your rap sheet? Then they colonized Africa. They're stealing from ripping off everyone. It's the legacy of Christianity. It's been ruling for over 500 years. And now, the threat of nuclear war to finish off everything. That's a legacy of Christianity in the name of your Jesus.
to make it. Surely you ain't talking about us packing our bags and going westward or going out there in the land. Ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Surely you ain't talking about that, are you? No. We ain't going back to Africa. No. This is your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their ways. Come out of their pagan holidays where you should be honoring Jesus. You are out here buying bunny rabbits and inviting your children to paint eggs for some Easter hunt. Come out of her. Get the Santa Claus out of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of her. St. Valentine's Day. The heck is that? Excuse me. Come out of her name. Come out of her religion. Come out of her culture. Come out of her way of life. Come out of her educational system.
Put it back to their people. When they was put off on the shores of North America. And this ship, Jesus, that John Hawkins brought our best skill. They stood and stared at it disappearing in the whole rhythm, crying, wanting to return. With their hands stretched out towards that ship and tied in chains themselves bound together. And when they was put off on this memorable shows, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land and a strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country and a strange people who had proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be the worst enemies that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that would destroy them. They soon discovered that on this ship that they were being brought here on. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us when this ship was named Jesus. This is how that we have always been deceived by the white man, trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to lull us off in a mental sleep, thinking that we are on our way to heaven. This is terrible. My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to even to accept today. Imagine our parents standing crying to return to their native land and people, and you here today crying to stay with the very enemy that brought our enemies who have destroyed us and seeks to further destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They are trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. How do you feel? Acting so. And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There is no justice here for you and me. Why is it that you want to be separated and be returned to your own? I ask you that question. Think over your parents on the eastern shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their arms 400 years ago. How would they like, or you like to see them rise up in the judgment, condemning you for being such fools as now want to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as being fools for not wanting to be separated and go to your own, build up a nation for yourself after the white man say you were free. Remember that.
going to make it? Surely you ain't talking about us packing our bags and going westward or going out there in the land. Ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Surely you ain't talking about that, are you? No. We ain't going back to Africa. No. This is your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their ways. Come out of their pagan holidays where you should be honoring Jesus. You are out here buying bunny rabbits and inviting your children to paint eggs for some Easter hunt. Come out of her. Get the Santa Claus out of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of her. St. Valentine's Day. The heck is that? Excuse me. Come out of her name. Come out of her religion. Come out of her culture. Come out of her way of life. Come out of her educational system.
Put it back to their people. When they was put off on the shores of North America. And this ship, Jesus, that John Hawkins brought our best skill. They stood and stared at it disappearing in the whole rhythm, crying, wanting to return. With their hands stretched out towards that ship and tied in chains themselves bound together. And when they was put off on this memorable shows, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land and a strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country and a strange people who had proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be the worst enemies that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that would destroy them. They soon discovered that on this ship that they were being brought here on. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us when this ship was named Jesus. This is how that we have always been deceived by the white man, trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to lull us off in a mental sleep, thinking that we are on our way to heaven. This is terrible. My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to even to accept today. Imagine words are on prison house and are on enemies who have destroyed us and seeks to further destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They are trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. How do you feel? Acting such. And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There is no justice here for you and me. Why is it that you want to be separated and be returned to your own? I ask you that question. Think over your parents on the eastern shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their arms 400 years ago. How would they like, or you like to see them rise up in the judgment, condemning you for being such fools as now want to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as being fools for not wanting to be separated and go to your own, build up a nation for yourself after the white man say you were free. Remember that.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Sulman Rahim here, Veteran of Covenant. Okay, brothers, since it's been a year now, and we're finally home after 40 years in Arabia. I'm reporting to you from Arabia. Finally home after 40 years. Right? And so we've been here a year now. was an agreement made. A former slave master, he said, we had a choice. Stay here or leave. Right? So we chose our inheritance, Arabia. So we left. And half the original people decided they wanted to give up their inheritance and traded for a place in America in reconciliation with their former slave master. That's their choice. They chose, said, we don't want to go over to Arabia. We don't go over there sand and all that stuff. We want to stay here in America. We've been here all our lives, been here 40 years, born here, right? And we can make peace with our slave master. Okay, so they decided to stay. And so after a year, right, we get reports of how things are going over there. And that sounds too good. How things are going over in America with their reparations. Because they was given, they got 6 states, I believe. Yeah, see? Yeah. Yeah, they got those 6 states right there. That's what Farrakhan told them. They was following, listening to Farrakhan. Farrakhan promised them, they stay there, 6 states, right? Had their own land. And they can make reconciliation with the former slave master. They're not devils. They're not devils. They're human beings. They just had a rough, they were just, did some things wrong, but now they're going to make amends and make reparations. So 6 states, and in addition to that, they gave everybody $1 million. Everybody stayed $1 million. Okay? Say, thank you, Farrakhan. They're so happy. Thank you, Farrakhan. Thank you, Farrakhan. Man, you got 6 states. That's what you promised us. We got 6 states. They're thanking you. Thank you, Farrakhan. Right? And this was a year ago. They got the 6 states. Thank you, Farrakhan. Right? Everybody got $1 million. Everybody $1 million. And they're rejoicing. Oh man, they're so happy. Hey, we made it. We got America, man. We got reconciliation for a master. We got 6 states. Everybody got $1 million. We're all rich. That was a year ago when we left. So we're in Arabia. They're still back there in America. And now we're getting reports a year later. This was the way it was a year ago, man. They were so happy. They were so happy. Right? And now we get reports of what's going on right now. Let's see. Oops, it says a power failure. Great power failure in those 6 states. Power failure. And it's just those 6 states. Right? So, and now they had big and massive. They came asking to turn the power. Well, why can't they do it? Oh, Farrakhan didn't train anybody. He was telling you about 6 states, but he never prepared you for them. So nobody knows how to do it. How to turn the power grid back on. So now he's begging, man, master, can you come and turn this thing back on for us? I mean, you would think that if he told him 6 states and promised him that he would have prepared him for it, right? Have schools and education, whatever they needed for that. But I guess they didn't, because they said over there now he's begging this former master to come and turn the power back on. And then what? I mean, this is all that's happening now. I mean, I'm getting these imports in now. A year later, it's like they're coming in every hour. Power grid failure, right? Then say, oops, crop failure.
all of a sudden, they looked at the farmers, when they done, the farmers said, oh. So then they asked, Master, what's happening here? How come right? Our crop. They found that the land they gave them wasn't that fertile. A year later, nothing's growing. Crop failure. And now Master, what's happening here? Right? And then, all these things, every hour that's coming in, right? And then they look, and they had, a year ago, they had plenty of food on the shelves, right? And now, they look there now, and all the food's gone. It's gone. And she said, what am I going to do here? Food's gone. The house is empty. So he said, Master, we need some food. Well, how come you can't produce your own food? You want your own country. You got your own states. That's your country. Then you run it. What are you calling us for? Right? Yeah, so they've been praying. And then, oops, no fuel. There's Master, no fuel there. Well, you got to buy your fuel. You got to produce your own fuel. What you calling us for? You got your own 6 states now. What you calling us for? Go and get some fuel. You got money, right? You got your own states. So you got to get your own. What you calling us for? You said you wanted your own, so now you got it. And you got your reparation, so we don't owe you anything anymore. We don't owe you anything anymore, so what you calling us for? We don't owe you anything. You said you agreed to 6 states and $1 million per person. You took that instead of your inheritance, what you call the Abrahamic covenant, Arabia. Your brothers and sisters, they left. They took that was offered to them. They took it, and you said no. I want this instead. So now you got it. So what you calling us for? Oh, no communications. Oh man, no communications, right? No medical facilities. So what's going on, Master? Wait a minute, hold on. What you calling us for? That's yours. You got to handle that stuff. You want us to handle it for you? You want independence, now you have it. Wow, this stuff was coming every hour, man. Instead, like a year, they was celebrating. And now they're crying and begging the Master, okay, we got all these problems here. I said, wait a minute, that's yours. Where'd you come about your problems? You have to work those out. Right? No transportation, no planes, no nowhere. We don't know about fly the planes and drive the trucks and the boats and stuff and to go and get this stuff. What would you tell us for? You wanted this, you got it. So go ahead and train your own pilots, build your own planes, build your own boats and right? You see what I'm saying? Transportation, build your own trucks. What you calling for? Yeah, Master, we see this. You said you wanted 6 states, you got it. You want $1 million per person. That was your reparations. So then if you didn't pay people to take care of this, how's that our problem? You're independent now. You're really free now. Oops, no fuel. The gas station's empty. I can't drive, and no gas. Man, wow. All this stuff happened for a year. They thought that everything was great, and all of a sudden everything ran out. So I guess what happened? Everything was there when they got it, and it ran out. They had to, except them, replace the fuel, to get the farms going. So they was left with that stuff. The factory was full. Warehouses full. Then you had to keep. They thought that was just going. I guess they thought it was just going to be there, just by itself. They didn't prepare for it. See?
and they ain't trained any engineers and scientists and architects and stuff. They ain't, business. They didn't train anybody. So Farrakon, he told you he's gonna get this for you, but he didn't pay you for it. He didn't get anybody to handle this stuff. So what was that all about? So now he asked the master, hey, don't call on me. You was here, you had it when you was here with me. You said you want independence, you wanted reparations, so you gave it to you. Well, call on your brothers over there. They left, they handled their own business. You said you want to stay here, right? See? You don't have any professionals or technicians, scientists, doctors, none of that. See? I mean, that's what, because if you're going to set reparation, you should be preparing for that, right? So if he was telling you about reparation, you should be preparing for it. If he said God said that's where he's going to get you, so if God told him he's going to get that for you, then he should, like when God told Noah there was a flood coming, to only build an ark, so he started building an ark. And so you should start preparing for the 6 states and the reparations, but apparently you didn't. And so now, the devil said, look, hold it. We want total separation. Look, we don't want you to call us no more. We don't want you to call us no more. Because you're wearing us. You want your own country. You got your own land. Right? You got money, $1 million, all this stuff, right? And so now we got to protect your money and everything too? No, you have to create your own money. You have to do all these things, your own wealth, not ours. Right? So we're going to cut you off from that too. Total economics. So they go and tell all the people all the white folks, right? Because all the black folks, and all the black folks is either in Arabia or in those 6 states. That's the solution. You had to be one way or the other. There couldn't be no integration, all that kind of stuff. That's the deal. You just said one or the other. So all the black folks are there, and ain't no integration, all that kind of stuff, right? Black folks are there, one or the other, so they're there. So he said, okay, right? So they say, we're going to take our money because we don't know what y'all doing over there. You have your own money, you have your own wealth. So what they do is they tell all the white folks, say, protect your money, right? Transfer your money into gold. Transfer all your dollars into gold. Right? Now remember, they gave everybody $1 million a piece. So everybody got $1 million a piece, right? And so they transfer it to gold. And then what happens is that what they do is they start just printing money. White folks just start printing money. You understand what that means? That's inflation. Right? Because if you got $1 million of gold, a million ounces of gold, say a million ounces of gold, understand this, and you got 1 million certificates, then you say each certificate is worth 1 ounce. If you got 1 million ounces, each certificate is worth 1 ounce. Understand that? If you got 1 million ounces of gold and you got 1 million certificates, each one of those certificates is worth 1 million. If you want to say trade with the certificates, each one of the certificates is worth 1 ounce of gold. Right? But if you take and print, you say you got 1 million ounces of gold and you got 1 million certificates. Each one, but say you print twice as many certificates, you got 2 million. Well, then each certificate is only worth 50 cents now, because you got to connect that to the gold. Well, you print 4 times, then each one's worth a quarter. So the more you print, the less they work, because those certificates has to equal what the gold is. You understand? So the more you print money, the less, right? The less they're worth. So if you print twice as much money, right, there's less gold. You understand? So $1 is worth 1 ounce of gold, which that's right. Then if you print double that amount of dollars, then each one's worth half an ounce. You understand? That's what printing money without increasing the wealth does. That's inflation. So what happens is they keep printing. They get down to where $100 is worth a penny. But see, that doesn't affect their people. They told to protect their money because they transfer their money to gold. So gold still has its value. It's just the dollars don't. It still got the same amount of gold. But the dollars, they get down to a penny. So you can't buy it. You had $1 million, now your $1 million worth of $5. That's what all this worth. $1 hardly worth anything. Hey, that's our money. You got to have your own money. You control your own wealth. You can't keep coming to us what you're doing. And you think they wouldn't do that? Yeah, you've been a Gaza lately? You see what happened to the trees they made with the so-called natives? Kept telling you had a forked tongue because they kept making trees with them, then they broke the trees. And took their land and genocide and everything else. But no, they wouldn't do that to you. See? Because now you have, your money's worth nothing. They haven't lost anything. Because once that money's worthless, it's no good, right? Then you burn it up, throw it away, it's worth nothing. The people still got gold. And even if they take it, hold on to money, hope to increase again, they just use another different certificate, use another form of money. So it's still worth nothing. That $1 million you had, you were so happy with it, now it's probably worth maybe $1. So you can't buy anything $1. Plus the economy's collapsed because everything is failing, and you don't know how to repair it. You don't have to build communications. You don't know how to do any of this stuff. You don't have to engineer, build a house. You don't have to do anything because FARRACON didn't. He didn't prepare you. He told you he'll give you 6 days. He told you, listen to me, right? So now you're broke, and your economy is gone. You have no food, no electricity, no power, anything, right? It's not their fault. They gave you what you asked for. You saw your inheritance for that. And then they closed the border. Because you're going to try to get back into America now. We want to come back in, Master. No, we don't want you back in here. We sorry, we want to come in. No. That's what you chose. You stay there. They closed the border, so you can't get back in here. You can't get back in America, into what you call your land now? Swaziland or something? FARRACON. Maybe you call it Traveland. FARRACON. They got the FARRACON, right? So they close the borders, you can't. Because now you're hungry and everything else, your money's worthless. Oh God, come back, Master, I'll come back work for you, I'll work for Popeyes, I'll do anything you want. No, remember, now blacks, either they over in Arabia or they in that land. There are no blacks in America, in places, just in that land that you 6 days. And now you're starving, you ain't got your money's worthless, nothing works, and they close the border. Right? And then you see Master, he on the phone, he talking to the guy that you kept treating, help you. Hey, we finally got rid of them niggas. Finally got rid of them. See on the phone. Yeah, it worked. We sold them no reparations. We sold them that used car. They turned the miles back and everything else, and they bought it. See, they could have had a BMW. They could have had a Lamborghini. They sold that for a BMW that looked good. Damn thing didn't work. And now they're starving, living in tents. Praying. So what? And what next? What we gonna do, FARRACON? You told us to take reparations, so we did. But they gave us everything we asked for. What we gonna do, FARRACON? What we gonna do? Pray. That's his answer. Pray. That's your reparations. Like Elijah Muhammad said, he had a big picture. We leaving and blacks staying on the shore, the ones stay behind, and they was whooping their ass. Right? Because they thought you think they want to give you some land and take care of you? You think they want to do that? And go bankrupt, give everybody $1 million? How much that is? If it's 17 million, if it's 17 million times 17 million times a million is like $17 trillion, I think, something like that there. And they're going to do all that for you. They want to get rid of you. So now they have succeeded. Because they closed the border. And what you going to do? You want to fight to come out? They closed the border. They got the military around there. They finally got rid of you. No more black problem, no more Negro problem anymore. One group's out of here, another group that's here. They're gone, and our hands are clean. We gave them what they wanted. Well, anything. Okay. God honors contracts. Remember, he honored the contract with Jacob. Esau sold his birthright for a bowl of soup to Jacob, it was Esau's inheritance, and God honored it. Okay, Jacob, it's yours. You're the one. And that's the deal. Because he ain't your friend. Farrakhan ain't your friend. Pray, pray, pray. That's the answer. And this homeland you was promised, you rejected it. So now you got what you asked for. So if they gave you reparations today or tomorrow, how would that scenario not play out like that? Well, they say, okay, you got it. Tell me how the scenario wouldn't play out like that. And tell me why they wouldn't do it. They love you so much, they're going to say, okay, we're going to take care of them. I mean, why should they go out their way to take care of you when you was right here? You was working at Popeyes and then they get up on Section 8, all that stuff right here where they... Because they're trying to get rid of that stuff right now. Trump's trying to get all that stuff right now. Because they're closing on you. You don't realize it. Anyway, that's just... that's what's happening over in America. Wow. Of course, come here. Disaster over there. And, oh, I just got a call. Oh, wait, hold on. Really? You serious? Our ambassador just got a call from I don't know what they call it. We call it Conland or something. I forgot what it's some name to call it right there. That 6th day. They begging us to come and help. Can they come over here? Can we come and get them? Really? Can we come and get them and bring them? Oh no. Now he went and asked as Master Fraud Muhammad, right? He said, no, hell no. We ain't going to get them. And I agree with that. Yeah, the Master said he said, let's call him, and he passed the word to Master Muhammad. Master Muhammad said, send him back. Master, no, we can't come and get you. You chose, you made your choice, live with it. But die, whatever the situation is, wow. I can't believe that. They actually, right, sent a message over. I don't know how they did. I don't have any communication, but somehow they got the information over to him. Said, we please come and get him. Nope. Said, no, tell him no. And don't waste time communicating with us anymore. You got your land, you got your reparations, you got your money, you got Farrakon as your leader. Yeah, tell him, talk to him, let him straighten out for you. He didn't want to sell you the idea. He was a salesman. So you on that idea of reparations. We told you. Right? Suleiman, right? He was the messenger to you, told you, look, man, let's go home. You said no. You chose not to. Okay, well, since that's a sad story. But I guess that's it. Is that it? Oh, so they might get any more reports on okay, he says that was Master Prophet Muhammad's final decision, and I think they closed communications off from there. So, like I said, brothers and sisters, we got those guys that came in. All that came in today, man. I came in fast. After a whole year, total collapse. Now they're begging it. Somebody help them. We can't do it. Maybe Master help you. We won't do it. Assalamu alaikum. Update, brothers and sisters, got another late report in that they said, well, if you want to come and get us, well, we at least send some food. They begged, said, please send some food. Master Muhammad said, no, we not send them a damn thing, nothing, zero. He said, please just send some food. No, I just got that in. He says, if you can't come and get us, please send some food. He says, no. He refused. I said, boy, I just got the information from the ambassador. He said, they sent that. He's read to me. He says, no. He said, please, just please send us some food. He said, no way. You made your choice. Case closed. Okay. Just got that in, brothers and sisters. Assalamu alaikum.